Hey guys, how's it going? Got your Kripp here this early afternoon. Hope you guys are good. I'm doing alright. We are gonna do a little bit of socializing today. We're gonna do, like, a podcast. I guess I have to do this one. We're gonna do a podcast with BlazeWorks TV. He is one of the build creators that I highlighted in my community builds video, and he was very grateful for that. And he does like podcasts and stuff, so I'm like, okay, sure. He wanted to invite me. I typically don't do podcasts and stuff, but you know, if people invite me, I'll do it, sure. Right. Wow, that was a lot of loot for a 4. Huh. So today's gonna be PoE. I think tomorrow I'll probably do mostly or maybe even entirely Bazaar. But we have a lot of stuff going on right now. Tomorrow we're gonna get like we have like broken windows and stuff. They're not like it's not the glass that's open. It's like the frame that's like warped, and it's like on the verge of breaking the window basically at any time. So we're gonna have like our windows pulled out, fixed, and reseated. So I can't say for sure when I'm gonna stream tomorrow either. Because if I have a giant hole in my house, I want to at least be there to look at it so, like, animals don't get in or something. Like, yeah, we'll have to see. It's going to be an adventure. I'm dying. Oh, I hope they're not die, because I want to... I think that is a hair touched, yeah. Experience. I'm not going to use the experience though. I'm getting like Giga Spirits here. We'll come back there, I think. Dude, I'm actually desyncing. Okay, well they're stable. And this guy is like extremely dangerous. Okay. Okay. If you only have like a couple of wolves, your wolves are dying. They don't have a duration, so...
Where were you planning on keeping that?
Okay.
Were you expecting fanfare?
Let's see where the other thing is. Is it like way behind? I think it might be like way behind. Yeah, I see it. Northern Lion Kripp. What? Not a very good ritual. Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, this build destroys bosses pretty hard. We got another minion damage one. Eater of Chaos Orbs.
Now we part.
Holy. Up 50-50. Lost it. Oh, I actually got minion damage back again. Alright. 50-50 again. Did not lose it that time. I don't care for the stun threshold as much. I'll probably go for a 50-50 Abyss on the second suffix. Oh my god. Eater of Chaos Orbs, dude. I need more Chaos Orbs for the jewels that I'm rolling. Was that Cruel Hegemony? I also think I need to do a new set of tablets. No. Season of the Hunt. Okay. Okay, let's get some tablets going. I think I had a few actually here. Delirium, Boss and Power. What else am I using right now? I don't even remember. Ritual. Okay, yeah, fine. I guess it's those three that I was doing. That's fine. Oh, we did get something here. Forgotten Warden is off the ritual boss. I actually learned that there is a rune off of the Delirium end boss that gives you a perma rune socket, which gives you an anoint on your helmet. But my helmet's corrupted already, so I guess I'm screwed. Because you don't anoint the rune, right? You anoint the helmet, I imagine. People also said it's like 70 to 100 divs, which means it's probably extremely low drop rate, right? Would have been good to know that before I corrupted my helmet, though. Green wolf? What is the green wolf? The wolf is the chest. Lethal draw.
Corpses pile up.
Pretty decent helm. Don't really need that. Okay, that should be better. The podcast is in an hour or so. To break armor, I have armor break on my bear. He already breaks armor, but with armor break, he does it, like, immediately. Because a fully armor broken target takes 20% more physical damage, so... We want it to be fully broken, not a little bit broken. Four or 5 runes there? 5. Mystic Alloy. Oh, I think I clicked on 4.
Magic treasures. I'll find a use for it. Good fortune.
Okay, we have that one. X for expedition. I wanted to take care of a few other things here. I kind of wanted to unlock all the remaining points. But I don't know where I have one. I think those are all normal citadels. Because the matriarch, patriarch stuff looks a little bit different. They're kind of like wider. Yeah, that's this one, Copper Citadel, yeah. Those. That is extremely far, though. Is that the Patriarch one? Oh, am I full on these? I think I am full on those. So I just have to, like, jump out there. Matriarch. No, I need... People said I need Patriarch, not Matriarch. Do those look the same? They kind of look the same. Nearby Citadel. Those like have a big pulse. don't think they're the same. Oh, one is orange and one is red. Oh, they are the same then? Damn. Okay. Red is Arbiter. Orange, new Pinnacle guy. I don't know if those are the same. Like, this is a Matriarch Halls. I need a Patriarch Halls. To me, that looks slightly different as a beam than this does, but I'm not sure. The one above should be Patriarch Halls. This one? I don't think so. I think I'm going to try to zoom over there. And I'll come back to Abyss at some other point. Thinner is Matriarch, Boulder is Patriarch. Okay. You can't tell when it's off screen? Yeah. I'm afraid of that also.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
Okay, let's try that. Another tainted, that's nice.
Need more time.
Can never see the wisp properly. There, see like that? There's like a little wisp during ritual. And you get like extra points for like going into it. But it's very difficult to spot.
Need a moment.
Behold, your delusions made real.
Good time. Spirit is new.
A cat. Getting pretty lucky on the bonus reroll, but nothing really here worthwhile. Cheaper options to anoint than what? Warlord Leader?
You broke. You expected fanfare. Well, were you planning on keeping that?
This is what we have available.
33 rarity. Seems pretty good.
I'll take it. Good fortune.
The helmet anoint, I talked about that. It's apparently off of the Delirium boss that you get the invitation by doing Simulacrum.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
Podcast is in like 40 minutes or so. You got Mage Blood and you feel a lot stronger. Well, yeah, OP item. It'd like double my evasion if I had one with okay rolls even. I don't know if I trapped them. I'm at 72 evasion with no Mage Blood and hybrid gear. Stacks up pretty fast. Already did that one. Okay. Yeah, no Bazaar today. I had a few things I had to do, and we have a podcast in like half an hour that's like PoE oriented. So I didn't think it made sense to do like one game of Bazaar. But we're gonna do more. We're gonna do mostly or entirely Bazaar tomorrow. I just don't know what the stream will be like tomorrow, because we have to deal with a bunch of IRL stuff. I have 12,000. I should be just buying anything half decent here. I mean, that thing is gonna go to that. Tier 4 ritual tablet, is that right? Discussing Canadian housing crisis. Evasion and armor do not have diminishing returns. My understanding is that it's effectively linear DR. Like 1,000 armor against a certain hit would give you like 5 DR. And then if you have like a whole bunch of armor, it'll still give you 5 DR, but it'll give you 5 DR of what's left over. As an approximation. My raw evasion after a dodge is 26.4. But I think I have some other conditional modifier as well. Quad T1 gold ring with lightning. Okay.
Many domes you find.
2 additional shrines. Shrine duration 1000%. Oh, that went to T16. Nice.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
Yeah, sorry, Bazaar fans. We'll do mostly or entirely Bazaar tomorrow.
Need more time.
Cannot be shocked.
Visitor straight from your own nightmares.
Not sure what quiver that is. Maybe it's a pretty good one. I feel like Delirium might not be that good for experience. I think it's mostly for loot. It's actually bad for experience. People said Abyss was the best for experience. Is that true? I feel like Delirium adds a lot of loot though. Testing some stuff, okay. What does Hilda do for experience? $25 tablet effect for different tablets. Oh, I see. Oh, they've already nerfed it. It's 8% now. Kind of good, actually. Yeah.
Fog's finally starting to clear. This is what we have available.
This is a pretty sick spear. T2 flat, T3 hybrid percent.
For now, we part.
I also learned that apparently Loreweave uses the rings that you put in. It's not like random. It pulls only from their affixes. You can make like a custom Loreweave by putting in like the same rings. I must be closer. Seriously? People already figured out some crazy ones. 60 tamings. I think you can't use the same rings though if you want locked modifiers. I didn't find the original post, but people cited a guy who did testing with 20 of 3 different rings, and it pulled mods from each of the 3. So it might be something like that. You might have like a minimum, and then if you don't have perfect jewelers, if you don't have 3 different rings, it gets mods outside of the ones you put in, something like that. Obviously, I'm guessing. I have no idea, but that seems like the kind of thing they would do, you know? $28.4 is what people use. Oh, Tornado's pretty good, I'd say. That is a lot of tornadoes.
Planning on keeping that.
Need a moment.
Boss might be... It's not. Wait, it might be. It might be. It's not. Bro, what the hell is this? Where's this wisp going? Okay. I don't know, I quite like Doriani. For the extra mobs that you get.
Folks finally started to pray.
Thirty percent applied instantly. Ugh.
Take your time. Good fortune.
T2 Fizz, T1 Lightning. Man, the last two rare rings I picked up had T1 Lightning. That seems fairly unlikely. Let me see what I'm missing for Hilda here. More rare monsters. Monster markers. You can basically make like an insano Giga Boss. The inscription is still 25%, but people said it's nerfed to 8. I guess the display is wrong. Jado. I like Doriani because you do the free irradiated, so you can use like a not irradiated tablet for more deliberate content. More prefix or suffix, and I'm running 6 modifier maps. These are like a lot more monsters. And the reveal citadel is really big. Yeah, the irradiated works now. I don't know. I like Doriani more. Upper left is free juice. Yeah, but I don't know what to drop. I guess the reveal citadel. I've already revealed quite a few.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
I don't know if I can give up delirium though. I mean, if it's bad XP, I guess that's pretty rough. It's so much loot difference though. Daily adds way more loot, but it's way harder. But for a build that has extreme power, but not particularly good clear, like the one that I'm playing, it's very solid.
Sharp. That beats the strong. Finish it. You're wearing it down. Don't let up. Almost there. Don't give up now.
Alright, let's do a little bit of an intermission here. Oh wait, it doesn't pause when you change the audio? Oh, that's a problem. Okay, hold on. Alright, give me a second here, guys. Hey there. You are quite loud, but I'll fix you, it's fine. Going pretty good. Okay. Dude, my master volume is at like 2 pixels in game. I have to do it through the Windows thing. Give me a second. I don't know why, but like the sound is so off on like the different programs that I use.
On my end.
Okay. I got you on my stream here. Hopefully they can hear you now.
Nice.
All right. You can't hear anything. I know you guys can't hear anything because just in case it was gonna blast, which it did, I wanted to spare your eardrums, guys.
Give me 1 sec. Drop this. Okay, I think that works. You're going to be a little bit pixelated on my end. I also did a screen share on Discord in case you want to see what the interface looks like.
You can see it.
It should be fine. Do you want to do a collab? So if people want to see the interview as a whole scene?
Okay. How do I do that?
Okay, here, let me invite you to that. How's your day going, man?
Well, like everything's breaking around here, so it's been the not very fun version of busy.
Oh no, dude. Yeah, I wanted to ask you. I saw that you like moved to Canada, and I'm also a Canadian. Whereabouts in Canada did you live?
I grew up in Canada. We live near Toronto.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm in Ontario as well. That's awesome.
I was born in Romania, and I came when I was 7. And when I first met Rania, I went to Greece. That's where she lived. And we did like touring the world where, you know, our family is not in one place. And she really liked it in Canada. I was kind of whatever. I mean, I think Greece is nice too. She says that administratively it's a nightmare to live in Greece, but I don't speak Greek, so I never really had to deal with that.
I see. And so you were there for like a couple of years, or?
Yep, a couple of years.
Nice. Cool. Good to meet a fellow Canadian gamer, dude. Yeah, there's you know, not too many of us. I feel like I've only met like a few in the PoE space, so always nice to meet another one.
I think there are plenty. I think Canadians are not entirely, but largely indoor people.
Well, especially during the winter time. I don't know if you're into like outdoor activities in the winter, but for some folks it gets a little bit too much. I think Greece probably has it pretty nice over there during the cold months.
Yep.
Okay, I sent you a link on Discord if you want to just click that.
Okay, let me see how this works. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Sharing chat. I'm going to mute myself in that little window. You can do the same, just there's not like an echo or anything.
I'm just going to do never allow permissions for anything.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yeah, I don't really do like a lot of like podcasts and stuff. I mean, if people want to do one and they have like, you know, a history of doing them, just, you know, so the flow isn't too high effort, I'm on board.
Yeah, no, it's really cool that you wanted to come on, man. I'm super stoked to chat with you, and yeah, I love just hearing everyone's stories. And as I was doing my research into yourself, as I do for every person on the podcast, there's just so much to talk about. I feel like if we did like a full comprehensive breakdown of everything, it would have taken like an entire night. So I tried to really distill things down so that it's not like we're not going to go into all the nitty gritty of everything because there's a lot to talk about. But yeah, I'm excited, man.
All right. Well, if we're good to go, we can start. I know you had like a list of things you wanted to go over. I very, very briefly went over it as well. I don't typically do like looking up questions and stuff in advance, but yeah, it's fine. It's better the first time type of thing. Winging it
Yeah,
and
I mean,
all.
everybody has their own like way of going about it. Like some people want to know it so they can prepare answers, and some people just want to wing it like first try. So there's no wrong way to do it. Yeah, so I will do a quick countdown and then we will get started.
Sure.
All right, 3, 2, 1. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Passive Tree Podcast, a podcast dedicated to talk about life, Path of Exile 2, and everything in between. I'm your host, Blaze, and today on episode 49, we're joined by a fellow content creator, streamer, and legend in the gaming space. It's none other than Kripp. Welcome on, and how the heck are you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. I got that mild energy going right now, just got a chance to sit down and do some gaming. I'm like 30, 40 minutes in the gaming session here. So, yep.
That you had some like kind of stuff going on around the house and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I can definitely empathize with that. I just had my internet cut like for 2 days by some contractors. And yeah, it was like mid-league launch. Did not want to be touching grass if I had to, but things happen. So pleasure to have you on here today.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to start off with just a little bit of a sentimental note. So you ended up featuring my build on one of your recent videos about SSF and top league starters and stuff like that. So first off, I just want to say thank you, man. Like that really meant a lot to me, and it was really cool of you to kind of plug some like newer creators there. So yeah, that was awesome.
I mean,
how have you been enjoying 0.5 so far,
I basically just went through like Mobalytics, and I went because they have like the featured build sections, which are kind of like vetted by a few different people. But then they have like the community builds, and in the community builds, there's a lot of good stuff there. So I basically took a few hours to kind of go through, and you made the cut. You made the standout list. So you were in the spot, I guess. I wasn't doing anyone any favors. It just seemed like a really good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect for my league start to be like this. And, when a person such as yourself, Kripp, recommends a build, you have such a large following, right? And so it resulted in quite a few people coming into my channel, into my stream. And I know I have a couple folks now who were like, oh, like Kripp was actually the person that referred me to you. And so it's really cool for you to do that and then come on the podcast, man. It was just it resulted in such an amazing league start. So yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome. Yeah, we already have some comments saying they had a good time following your. You did like a really detailed like act by act, right? With the build, not just highlighting it. I kind of do the opposite. I just I don't like the campaign experience too much. It was like fun the first few times. Now it's a not so fun category. So the thought of practicing and writing a guide from my practice runs, that's not going to happen. The builds that I make are just like straight endgame, and I just like suffer through the campaign with whatever, basically.
Yeah, I actually picked up quite a bit of tech from a few racers. So I did this like content creator like racing event, and I know you have like a lot of experience back in like the PoE1 days with like racing and stuff like that. So maybe you can kind of empathize with this, but like it's a completely different experience playing through the campaign, as somebody who's just playing it for the first few times and then learning from like a speed racer, right? Like there's so much tech and understanding, and so I thought it'd be a good idea to sort of share some of those shortcuts, some of those like little things that can actually shave off like quite a bit of time. And yeah, it's been amazing hearing the response about that, because as you mentioned, I think for a lot of people the campaign in PoE2 could be a big turnoff, especially when you're not familiar with it. And we all have to get through it, right? Because the end game rework is so substantial. Everybody wants to just get there and experience what they've done. So yeah, it's awesome to hear that people were enjoying the campaign breakdown.
I kind of feel like the opposite. Like I feel like the PoE campaign experience is like a really good playthrough. It's just less fun the 20th time, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, the first time that you went through it, I don't know if I speak for you on this, but I was in a like kind of like a holy shit moment the entire time. Like it was definitely like a standout experience for me. Like the world building, the story, like the narrative, like the boss fights, I think were absolutely standout. Like Geonor kicked my ass for like 2 hours in 0.1 when I first got my hands on it.
Why didn't you just cast Twister twice and then collect loot? What's the matter?
Unfortunately, Twister wasn't in the game when the game
Ah.
came out, or else I would have been doing that for sure. So yeah, man, I just wanted to see, just generally speaking, how 0.5 has been for you, man.
It's been pretty good. It was like there's a lot to do at the start, but I actually did get to a point where like I was kind of gated by bugs on literally all the content I wanted to do at one point. So the bugs were a bit harsh, but I think they mostly affected people who played like a lot. I also think I had a disproportionate amount of bugs. I had so Temple was bugged for everyone. Abyss was bugged for everyone. Ritual was bugged for very few people. You basically got locked on your first, like the multi-ritual map thing. So that happened to me, and I couldn't reset it. And that bug triggered a different bug with Delirium. So my Delirium was stuck. Every single time I did a Delirium map, it reduced it by like 35% Delirium or something. So I was progressing it by doing like literally 6 modifier maps on like just the most ridiculous maps and stuff that I could put in there with tablets. And I would basically gain like 5 to 8 Delirium versus what I'd lose going map to map. And then I started looking at it and like I didn't have enough maps left. Like if I had a, because you know it's the first Delirium area, you only get like 15 of them or something, which is a lot if it's working correctly, but it wasn't. So I was kind of stuck on Delirium also. God, what wasn't I stuck on? Breach worked, so I did Breach. And the Twister build was really good for clearing, and you know, just powering through the maps is a major aspect of a league start, especially now. You have to do so many, right? But I don't do the Arbiter mechanics very well. Like, I've never actually had to work to kill Arbiter, so I probably could have beat Arbiter. Like, I got him like halfway through phase 2. I'm sure if I did him enough, I could. But it just felt like such a waste of time with just, you know, so much progression to do. So basically, I had to wait to finish like the respec for Arbiter, and all the league mechanics except like Breach, which I finished, were not working correctly. So I was kind of like in a 2-day limbo with that, but there was still plenty to do. You know, I kind of managed. I do feel that we're getting like that pretty extreme power level like a little bit too soon, is kind of what I'm seeing now. Like even some people mentioned today, like they just got their Mage Blood in trade, and you know they don't really know what to do at this point. And it's only a weekend, right? Like it's not. This ain't like a long-term league thing. Like this is pretty fresh. So, and you know I'm kind of like bordering that in SSF as well for a few days now. So yeah, it is like a really high power level. I needed a soul core the other day because those like attribute conversions are like really sick for like weapon swaps. So I needed one of those. So I went to do the ultimatum. I don't know if have you done ultimatum in 0.5, like the level 80 version, not like the level 40 for the.
I'm one of those guys who does ultimatum precisely one time per character.
Exactly.
To get my second ascendancy, and then I don't go in there ever.
The rewards are like so dated. It's kind of shocking. Like, you know, we talked about like that first campaign experience, and that, you know, that was a bit over a year ago now. It wasn't like ancient history. It's not like PoE1, right? It's kind of crazy how much they power crept the game. Like it's something that really hit me yesterday when I was doing ultimatum. Like I did 3 full ultimatums, and like, you know, you do like a whole level, and the reward is like a single regal, and then you kill like 200 mobs for the level, and they drop literally nothing. Like nothing that hits the loot filter. So yeah. You're in there an hour, and I came out with a divine, but I doubt they scaled those rewards with the new higher frequency of divines. So that's like, you know, that's like the OG divine. That's not like a new, you know, common everyday 0.5 divine. So that actually was a lucky run. So I spent like an hour in there and came out with 1 divine, and out of like the 10 soul cores, I didn't get any of the ones I was looking for. So that, yeah, that, you know, not not the best experience, but it is kind of wild how the game has power crept like loot and rewards, and they're kind of conscious of it too. Like the whole thing with buffing divines is they don't want people to feel like they're getting less stuff than before. So like, I don't know, how does that work moving forward?
It's funny because I feel like they tried to like tone down the power creep a little bit in this patch as well, with the removal of like various crafting systems. Like in 0.4, of course, we had the temple, and so everyone was printing headhunters and like divines like crazy and stuff like that. But we also had the ability to use like 3 essences on an item, and so that just resulted in us being able to get like basically perfect prefixes and damn near like perfect suffixes, like basically 5 out of 6 mods on an item, like
Yeah.
deterministically. And this was even crazier in 0.3 when like the omen of homogenizing exaltation was a thing where you could roll like 2 attack modifiers if you wanted to, like deterministically. And so over time they had like brought all of these things down, and now obviously we're, as you've experienced in SSF, we're kind of back to like the get 2 desirable modifiers and slam and pray. But even then, like, I think you're onto something here where like the power creep still is a little bit of a problem. I think it's definitely more so an issue in trade still, but for SSF, and we can talk about this later, I'd love to hear your thoughts about just like the crafting in general, and how it's sort of impacted your progression. For me, it was like a struggle, dude. Like I was looking for a greater essence of battle for, I believe, 16 hours just to be able to get like a +3 to attack skills on my crossbow.
Just do essence.
And that was like demoralizing, dude. Like going for that grind, yeah.
You can 3 to 1 essences still, you know.
You can, yeah. I was like, nothing would help me. I had perfect essences that I was 3 to 1ing, and it would just hit the same one again. It was weird, but okay. So did you mention that you started Twisters?
Yep.
You're playing the monkey build now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you still doing Twisters?
I did Twisters for the first like 3.5 days, where I was just kind of like power mapping. I kind of figured that there was 2 aspects to the minion side of the build. The first aspect would be that the good versions of the builds you have to path pretty far, so like there'd be like a pretty big power jump when you'd be about like level 90 or so, and you know it took me like a couple days to get to level 90. And the second aspect would be that in general it looked kind of mid. But what they did and didn't tell us is they kind of they basically took the framework of the bosses and added like kind of like a special line for each of the bosses. Like for example, the shark has as an extra modifier compared to the boss version, it does like 200% bleed magnitude, like more magnitude. So basically all of them are kind of whatever, except the monkey, and the monkey has 25% base crit and 250 base crit multi, instead of minions that normally have 5 crit and 30 multi. Like minions actually typically have lower crit multi than baseline for players. So it's like, upon realizing this, I'm like, oh, okay, I guess monkey is good then. They just kind of penciled it in. So I wasn't like prepared to go the build, but I know that's always like a thing you have to be conscious for. You know, there's never been a league where like everything goes absolutely according to plan. There's just too many wild cards, too much new content. So yeah, I like to have a few things that I'm considering, and I knew minions would be a thing that I'd consider. So yeah, upon learning the penciled in giga buffs, particularly on the monkey, around day 2 I started investing in future minion gear rather than making the Twisters build more powerful. And because of that, I started leaning into like speed clearing, like, you know, 2 affix blue maps for like Atlas points and things like that, instead of actually doing juiced content. I mean, the build wasn't that good because I kind of stopped gearing out the Twister build after like the first day and a half or so.
Interesting. So you saw essentially the like hidden line on the monkey that was like 25 base crit and insane crit damage. And I'm not gonna lie, dude, the build looks insanely fun. I don't expect that line of you know, the buff to the monkey to be in like the 1.0 release, because it just looks so insane. And it feels like a little bit far removed from the game, in my opinion. That being said, though, it's like I want to try it. I think in hardcore it looks especially interesting. And I've never really been one to enjoy like minions or companions per se. Do you think that like, they said that that interaction and that like stat line was intentional, but combined with like getting powers on the monkey as well, like you can get like obviously rare modifiers and stuff like that. Like, do you think that that is sort of like a thing that they should keep in the game, or do you think that it's just like utterly overpowered and broken?
So when they first teased the thing like a month ago, they had the wisps line on the skill to tame bosses, and then on the official like preview of Spirit Walker, they removed the wisps from the boss. And then when it went live, the wisps came back. So what I think happened is they just realized that without like the wisps, without penciling in ridiculous stats, the build is just kind of bad. So I think they pretty much just last minute buffed it so it wouldn't be like a crappy ascendancy on release. And I think because this probably all happened in the last few moments before the new league, I doubt it got very much testing. So yes, we are benefiting from that, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very, very fun, albeit a little bit silly when you see a monkey the size of a skyscraper just running across your screen, like one-shotting bosses. We talked about some of the issues that you've had with 0.5. Obviously, like the league has been plagued with bugs. I feel like generally speaking, the more content that's added, like the less amount they're able to like catch everything. And so with the 0.5 being such a massive update, it wasn't surprising to me that there were so many bugs, and they have been pretty good about like on a pretty frequent basis fixing a lot of these issues. What have been some things that you've experienced that they've absolutely nailed in your opinion?
I feel like they kind of added a meaningful change to the leagues. I was a bit of a doubter on their announcement. They're like, oh, we're totally changing all the different league mechanics. I'm like, yeah, we've been there before, right? But I didn't really expect such a significant change, and especially so with the lead up to how like you get into these mechanics. I also thought the whole idea of specking into 100% of the trees sounds really stupid, but it kind of grew on me a little bit, especially with how they do like the unlocks, like you have to actually do the content. And I think that also works pretty well in SSF, because in SSF you kind of actually do need to do the content. They also kind of kept true to like the core idea behind their league mechanics. While they redesigned them, they still made absolute sure that each of the different like major mechanics has its own reward that cannot be acquired from anything else. So if you play trade, you can still specialize on like one, I guess. But in SSF, this is a really cool thing because it always like pushes you to interact with the wholeness of the game. There's been periods in PoE1 where I think that's still true for the most part. Like you would do like, I think they crawled this back actually a little bit, but basically you could basically get everything from like Delirium, I think at some point in PoE1, or just about everything, like minus like Harvest or something like that. But in Ruthless and PoE1, they had this idea where literally every single mechanic is isolated with its own rewards. So if you want that league's stuff, you got to do the mechanic. And I think that works pretty well. And even though they changed so much of how you interact with the different league mechanics, I'm glad they kind of kept that true and even expanded on it a little bit. Like the crafting system with Breach, it's not just like the catalysts and stuff now. It's like the womb gifts giving you like exclusive stats. And there's like so much of this stuff too. Even the runes of Kalgur or whatever the thing is called, like the basically expedition, right? I don't think we've even gotten to like really interpret what that is giving us. Like I've only gotten like a few of these runes, but there are runes that like enable new modifiers. I'm sure there's gonna be like some crazy shenanigans with that kind of stuff. Like there's like destruction modifiers or something like that that you enable by like perma-socketing a rune into an item. So like I don't know, there's just like so much of it, and I'm really glad they kind of kept their core philosophy to how they do League mechanics.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think despite like, crafting feeling a little bit more challenging in 0.5, I think the SSF landscape and ecosystem is the best that it's ever been. And I think it's so nice to feel like there's so much to do in order to achieve like an end goal. And like, as somebody who basically explicitly plays SSF, like, these crafting projects that I have now require like, going to every single league mechanic basically to do everything. And it's great, and it feels very like intentional and thoughtful. Like from Temple being sort of the way that you can like finish an item up to 30% quality, or as you mentioned, the Runes of Aldur providing like these weird like meta mods and stuff that I haven't even found yet. It's just they've done a really really great job with just creating this kind of ecosystem that forces you to like explore the entire game. And you're right, they kind of dialed that back in with PoE 1 as well. I know that for a while you could basically just get a lot of things from specific mechanics. But like even in PoE 1 in Mirage League, like they kind of dialed back that. Doing like Delve, for instance, is the only way that you can get like fossils now, and I know that wasn't the same way for a while. So
Yeah.
it's cool to see that they've sort of like reined that in and made it really really fun. Yeah, I think that's a great point. I would love to rewind with you, as I do with every guest, actually, before we go any deeper into PoE and gaming, and talk a bit about your early gaming history and lore, if you're cool with that.
Sure.
Okay, so starting off with a big first question, when did you first fall in love with video games?
I think the first game I really liked was Lemmings. My dad in Romania worked for like the university in like engineering department, but because like computers and stuff were new, it kind of included like the early computer stuff. So we had I think it's a 486 computer, which is like a piece of shit that works off of the gigantic floppies, but it's got like some rudimentary games. And Lemmings is like a game where you basically tell like the front lemming to go somewhere, and like there's like a bunch of lemmings that follow it, and you need them to not go over the cliff, basically. I don't remember more than that about the game. I hadn't really revisited at a later time, but apparently, yeah. So I think I was about 3, and this would have been in like 1990.
This is so crazy that you bring up Lemmings, dude. So I was watching, I'm a huge nerd and I watch a lot of like video game retrospectives and just like histories of video game companies. And I was watching a documentary or a video, I guess, but it was essentially a documentary about Rockstar Games. And I didn't realize that Lemmings was essentially their first project. I forget what the studio's name was
Like
prior to their, it was like DGM or something, or like it was like 3 letters. You know what I mean? And so it's crazy that you talk about this. I'd never played it.
This is Grand Theft Auto
but-
Rockstar?
Yeah, this is Grand Theft Auto Rockstar. Before they were Rockstar, they made Lemmings, and they made a ton of Lemmings, like a bit different expansion packs and stuff like that.
Yeah, they had a lot of Lemmings games. I know that.
Yeah. So it's pretty crazy to hear you talk about Lemmings. Okay, so 3 years old, Lemmings, old computer. I feel like that's a super underrated game that people are probably going to be excited to hear about. What were some other games that kind of fly under people's radars that you think you'd like to highlight from like your childhood that people maybe didn't know about?
I don't know. I played so many different games, and culture in the 90s was a lot more unified. There was like the mainstream, and now it's like much more diverse. Like I was really big into like card games and stuff. Like I think I bought like every single Magic the Gathering game. Like Magic the Gathering Chandelier was, I think, in like 1997 or something, which is like an unbelievable game for that time. Like I played like the Pokemon games. Everyone played the Pokemon games, but my favorite Pokemon game was Pokemon, the trading card game, the game, which came out around the same time as Pokemon Red Blue, and you literally played with the card game that they made, and you like went along and you beat masters to get like booster packs, and like that experience is like the best way to like play a card game. It's like actually emulating a real life card game within a video game. So I mean, you can call that pretty underrated. But yeah, I don't know. I played a lot of games that ended up being extremely popular. Like when I was really young, I kind of had a pretty good idea about like the companies that made good stuff. Like I was into Pokemon trading card game on day zero. Like I have a whole bunch of base set first editions, all that kind of stuff. And I went into it because I heard that Magic the Gathering is producing the cards, and they're using like new technologies and stuff. So I'm like, okay, they're gonna be awesome. Like it's, you know, there's no doubt that crossed my mind. So I saved up money and bought a bunch of those cards, and I was like, I don't know, 10, 11 or something. And it was kind of the same with Blizzard. So the first Blizzard game that I played was Warcraft 1, and I think Diablo 1 launched soon after that. And then it's like, yeah, you know, whoever made Warcraft 1, their next game is going to be insanely good also, obviously. Yeah, so we're just going to keep playing those. So I played a lot of the Blizzard games. I really liked... Sierra did a Diablo 1 Hellfire. That was really good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At that time, these games are really well known now, so it doesn't seem as hipster. But I really was fortunate enough to kind of see these games as they were being released, because it's a totally different experience to play them when they are being released. Even like I played Diablo 2 when it was released. That was like unbelievable. The kind of shenanigans you had to do in that game.
Yeah.
Like there were mechanics in Diablo 2 that were just like mind-blowing. Like you would just play a normal game, and then you'd get like a Nagel ring, and then it'd be like, okay guys, we're staying in this game. We're gonna kill every monster in it. Because Diablo 2 had a mechanic where you couldn't get the same unique in the same game. So if you got a Nagel ring, your next unique ring will probably be Manald, but your third unique ring would have to be SOJ. So that was like a thing early on in Diablo 2. And the kind of builds that people were running back then, I think were very, very cool. Like I really loved like the Ice Blink Barbarian. You just like freeze everything. You could go like glass cannon, but like your ability to play the character mattered significantly, because you were a glass cannon. You know, you always had to like position appropriately and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, I was just really fortunate to get a head start on a lot of the games that ended up being really popular, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, you know, I went through the same sort of thing with Blizzard games, especially like, you know, the ones you mentioned, Diablo 2, StarCraft 1 and whatnot. Like those are sort of like the like formative and definitive games in my childhood. But playing them at a time where they weren't solidified as like masterpieces was actually really interesting. And I like the word fortunate as well. Like it is just like we got lucky that we were born at a time where we got to experience those as like they were being, you know, released, which is super cool. And Diablo 2 went down in my books as being my favorite game of all time until really recently. You talked a lot about PC gaming. Did you ever play any console games at all, or have you been mostly like a PC guy for the most of your childhood as well?
So I had like a PlayStation 1, and I bought a PlayStation 2 like way late when it was cheaper than a DVD player. I bought it mostly for a DVD player. But most of the games that I played on PlayStation 1 were like not very playable on like a computer. Like I think the first fighting game that I played was Street Fighter, like the original, and I played that on my computer. Like, you know, trying you forget like Zangief. Trying to even do like a Hadouken is like a real pain in the ass with the arrow keys on your keyboard, especially because the old keyboards, they have the release mechanism for key trigger. So this kind of changed about a decade ago. Like modern keyboards, if you press down on the key, that's when like it happens. But like before 10 years ago, it was a mix. And like 20 years ago, the keyboards were ass, and the key registered when you lifted your finger off the key. So like imagine that and trying to do like a move with Zangief on a directional on your arrow keys on your keyboard is basically just a miserable experience. You're not battling like the enemy characters, you're battling the controls the whole time. So
Yeah.
some games, like I like playing fighting games quite a bit, but those games really needed to be played with a controller. And the concept of a controller for a computer was not something I was aware of PlayStation 1 times. Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fair. There was like a lot of really great games for the PlayStation. So my family is you know, there's roots in Indonesia, and so I remember one year my uncle and I spent a lot of time at my uncle's house, and he had, you know, kids. So my cousins, they came back with a PlayStation from Indonesia, and they had this like binder of illegally like made video games. It was basically like every single PlayStation game you could ever have.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, you know, some deep cuts, like, you know, Worms Armageddon was one game that we just played the absolute shit out of
Oh yeah,
for
I remember
hours
that.
and hours and hours.
That's good.
Yeah, it was a great system. So yeah, you've been a gamer for since you were 3 years old, as you mentioned. I'm curious about a specific turning point in your life, and so, you know, up to your young adult life, just been a gamer. What was the game that inspired you to make your first like YouTube video and put yourself online?
Well, I made videos before YouTube, and that game was Dark Age of Camelot. So this is
Okay.
pre-YouTube. Dark Age of Camelot was probably like the popular MMO. Like there was like EverQuest, so this is after EverQuest. I didn't play EverQuest. There are a few others. MMOs are like pretty popular around that time. And Dark Age of Camelot was probably like one of the most, or at least more successful MMOs before World of Warcraft. So I played that a lot, and one thing that people like to do in Dark Age of Camelot is just show PvP content and blast your favorite music. So I really liked those videos. They had most of the interaction between players outside the game happened on like forums. For Dark Age of Camelot, these like VN boards, I think it was called. And people had like their own homebrew hosting websites for like videos, and they would be like shared on these forums. So they were like, you kind of had to know where they were, but I really liked going through and watching people play, and you know, I learned not just about like, you know, what goes into a cool video, but I also learned like a lot of my music tastes comes from that time because I was exposed to so much of it, and at a time where otherwise you don't really experience, like unless you have a massive friend group, you don't really experience the tastes of other people. Again, pre-YouTube.
Yeah, I feel like those types of videos, like the PvP montages, never played Dark Age of Camelot, but there was stuff like, I remember when I was a kid, like RuneScape PvP montages that had like a very specific type of music to them. And it just like instantly transports you back. Another thing that transported me back was actually going through your YouTube channel and seeing your oldest video. And your oldest video that's publicly available is from, I believe it's 13 or 14 years ago. It might even be a little bit longer than that.
It's definitely older
And it
than
was
that.
it. Okay, maybe it might even be 17 years ago.
It's about
I'm
16,
getting my
yeah.
dates mixed up. Yeah. And it's your channel intro for your World of Warcraft, basically content that you were doing at that time. And so was World of Warcraft like the first step that you took into moving it over into YouTube?
Well, yeah. At that point, it was pretty tricky to like do gaming content. You couldn't monetize it, first of all. So this was about 2 years before you could monetize your own content if it involved a video game. Before that, it was the developer that would own your footage. And it was heavily enforced by some developers. Like like Nintendo was heavily enforcing it. Like if you played Super Mario, you would get ads on your videos that would go to them, type of thing.
Okay.
And it didn't matter. Like there's no like the whole idea of transformative content. There like this. I'd never heard of that term at that time.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter. Like you could make like the best guide on how to play Super Mario. If it just had footage of Super Mario, you couldn't monetize the content yourself. That's why a lot of YouTubers, even for World of Warcraft, their content had a big divide where some videos had a lot of gameplay footage and most of their videos had absolutely zero. Like Swifty and Athene were really big and they both did this practice. That's so they could at least monetize some of their videos. So yeah, this was definitely something that I did like for fun for a few years before they changed the policy, and the whole transformative content, adding significant content, making it yours, gives you your own copyright type of crap happened.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just because I liked making videos. I had
Yeah, definitely. And it seemed like something that you were just passionate about and
Yep.
never ever thought that it was going to turn into anything. You kind of just wanted to showcase your stuff, and it seemed exceptionally niche. Obviously, before even YouTube was a thing, as you mentioned, it was like you kind of had to know where to look in order to see specific like videos about a video game that you were playing. As the years went on, though, YouTube obviously enabled you to get monetized, and you could make money from ads and stuff like that. And that resulted in you being able to make money. What was the moment that you realized that you could actually turn gaming and content creation into a full-time career?
Oh, well, I realized when they changed this, and then I quit my job and tried to do it full time.
So it was the moment that they were like, you can make money from YouTube, that you were like, okay, this is the time to shine, essentially?
Well, like I did some rough math, because at that time I was doing like a video every 2 weeks or so, and I realized that if I just could make a video instead like every day, even though you could monetize content, you made a lot less money than you would today. Like the CPM rates were abysmal back then, of course. But basically, my content could be monetized. The first month I made $200, and that was with videos every 2 weeks. So I'm like, okay, I'll make a video every day. How does that work out? And Diablo 3 was like about to be released. And I basically thought that if I make a video every day, and because it's, you know, new Diablo game, I could make them relevant. I could probably, hopefully, maybe, you know, survive and not. Sorry, I don't know what the hell's going on. I have like a million wisps on my screen. Okay.
I've been there. I've been there. It gets spicy over there sometimes with the wisp, dude.
I have actually never seen something like this. I'm gonna have to pause. Okay, let me finish my sentence here. Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. So basically, they changed the way that you can monetize stuff on YouTube. I monetized it because I could. I made like $240 and realized that if I made a video every day, and because Diablo 3 was coming up as a game I was really passionate for, I'd go all in on that. Like I could make a video every day, but like that have enough stuff to talk about. And I did the math, and it's like I could make like a little bit more than I was making, like as a computer technician at the time, making not very much money. So I basically just told them I'm not going to show up for work in the next 3 months, and if you want to fire me, that's cool. And then I streamed all day. I did like 20-hour streams for about a couple of weeks, and then I felt like I was dying, and then we scaled it back to like 12 hours after that. But it went pretty well, and I basically just stuck with it since.
Was there ever like a point during any of this where you doubted that it would work out, or were you pretty confident, like ever since you made that decision to not show up for work for the next 3 months, that you knew that if you worked hard enough, it would pay off?
I mean, I don't think this has never come with certainties. And and it's it's kind of foolish to assume any different in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it was kind of like you kind of just dove in and, with some obviously calculations on your end based on like the revenue you were generating from your videos, upping the frequency of those videos. But then Diablo 3 also just kind of like popped off, especially early on as well.
Yep.
And so, it's especially interesting because, when you pick a game that you want to stream, right, or want to make content around, there is always sort of that, like, especially when it's a new game, you don't actually know if people are going to like it. Of course, Diablo 3 being the successor to Diablo 2, there's a massive fan base that's already been pre-established. And so you can kind of gauge the audience and how many people are going to play it and look forward to it. I mean, myself included, I was like counting down the days until Diablo 3 came out as, a huge Diablo 2 fan, but you never really know. And so, yeah, I think it's wise to always, have there's always like a little bit of uncertainty. Basically, and since then, you've achieved some massive feats within the gaming, landscape over the course of your career. The Iron Man challenge in World of Warcraft, the first Diablo kill in a hardcore Diablo 3, like pre-nerf. I remember seeing that, and it was just like insane. And one thing is absolutely clear. Amongst all of these sort of like challenges and achievements that you've completed, you're absolutely drawn to like things that people would consider to be like the hardest things to do in video games. And so I wanted to ask you, why do you think you're drawn to these particular challenges? And have you always been somebody who pushes towards extremely difficult goals?
I don't know. It's I have to first be convinced that it's possible, and then ultimately it becomes like a puzzle in figuring out how. And that puzzle is like kind of really fun aspect for me in terms of what I like in doing in video games. That's kind of it. I'm a puzzle game enjoyer, and the way the game plays is kind of like the second part of it, I guess. I don't know.
For sure. I think, like, generally speaking, though, like all of these games can be considered puzzles, but I think it's a much more it's a much more difficult puzzle to solve when you have to, kill Diablo in Diablo 3 without dying, and it's like extremely difficult. And so I think there's something to be said about like the level of like commitment to completing these particular difficult puzzles. Do you think that you're like particularly attracted to these like games that offer like very, very comprehensive puzzle and problem solving, more so than any other genre?
Like you said, it kind of all games kind of can be seen as a puzzle game, so I'm not really sure. I don't really approach it from like puzzle mindset going in.
Right.
But I guess just kind of figuring out and like making like your own strategy to forward yourself in a game is kind of what gets me like hooked. But in the end, I kind of try a lot of different games. I think a lot of the games that I'm known for are games that kind of fit that narrative because I end up playing them for like a huge amount of time.
Yeah, I think like from what I've seen in your career, like once you get hooked, you get absolutely hooked. Like doing essentially from World of Warcraft and stuff like that onwards, it's like you've really just pushed the boundaries of what you can do in all of these video games. Has that been something that you've kind of done ever since you were a kid, maybe playing around like with the Pokemon card, like trading card game, like kind of like seeing how far you can take things as well?
Yeah, but usually when I kind of figure everything out, I lose interest a lot. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. It is an aspect, but yeah, it has that like cliff fallout. Like I know, for example, like I think I saw it to the craziest degree in Hearthstone, where like I played ranked, like the normal version of Hearthstone when it first released, and it was really fun because you're trying to like learn what's good, what works, generally how you play, like from the beginning. Like no one's figured it out yet. Like when I played Hearthstone for the first time, for like the first week, I just played with like basic decks because I'm like, I don't even know how to play the game to begin with. It's like why would I even bother making my own deck? I don't even know how to play with the decks they made. So But then, you know, a few months go by, and a lot of it is kind of figured out. I did a few tournaments, and it was just kind of boring. The tournaments started having the exact same decks over and over. But the people that got good in tournaments in, like, the years to come, they would literally take a deck and play, like, 500 games with it. And then maybe they'd change one card, and then they'd play, like, another few hundred games to see if they liked it better with that. Like, that level does not excite me. So, yeah, I do like kind of figuring out these systems and seeing, you know, how to best optimize them and stuff. But, like, to a point. While some people, seemingly, this point does not exist. Yeah. So, there's definitely people with more of a drive to keep playing past the point of any discoverability.
I think for me, it feels the best when you're just constantly feeling like you're learning new things and kind of like, I don't know if obsession is the right word, but like that desire to just absorb as much knowledge as you can. And it's a kind of a perfect segue into talking about more about Path of Exile, because I think with Path of Exile, it really feels like the learning never stops. There's always some sort of weird interaction or system or mechanic or item that you didn't know about, or how it functions with certain skills and stuff like that. And so I'd love to kind of transition now to talking about, you know, Path of Exile a little bit. So you've been involved in the Path of Exile, you know, game community since its inception, basically in beta 13 years ago.
Not
Walk me
quite.
through
I got drawn into the game by other people who said it was really good. I'm not like the first person to play this game or anything like that. I wasn't here at day 0. I think it was a pretty small project. I think you had to be on the inside to be here on day 0.
For sure, for sure. But there are very few people who can even say that they've been playing Path of Exile 1 since like beta until now and seen the progression of the game, not only at the original game, but now the second game, from like essentially the start point, not day 0, not like, you know, the game is now live, you're the first few people in. But so what was the initial first thoughts that you had when you got your hands on Path of Exile, especially coming off of like the, you know, the hot streak of Diablo 3?
Diablo 3 was no longer a hot streak at this point. I had not played Diablo for a few weeks at that point because they nerfed it into the ground and everything was a total joke at that point. The main thing that made Diablo 3 appealing was its difficulty. Through all its flaws, the one thing they did is they made a game that is brutally hard but still beatable. And then their first major patch after like 3 weeks, they just like deleted the difficulty aspect. So it was no longer very interesting for me at that point, to be honest. Like I hardly ever played Diablo 3 ever again when they patched the difficulty, basically. And with that in mind, I think Path of Exile was kind of like an immediate hit because, like in these games, you kind of need like a few elements, and like one of the major elements is that you have a game that like fights back at you. Like it's like, you know, it's not Diablo Immortal where the monsters scale to your level of gear and you just like pay for a box at the end, you know, like that doesn't work. Mm-hmm. So the game has to basically kick your ass. But then you need to have like an avenue to where you can overcome the ass kicking. And then the third aspect is that this has to follow through many stages. Like it has to be a complex enough game for this to work many times, basically. So PoE kind of had those things. So it was good. Yeah. So I played it, and it was good.
The way that you sort of described like the changes to Diablo 3 kind of remind me of the way that they changed Path of Exile 2 as well. Like the way that the game felt to me as somebody who really enjoys like, you know, playing difficult and challenging games, was it resonated with me as a more like kind of hardcore gamer. Did you feel the same way sort of about Path of Exile 2 when it came out, where it kicked your ass, so to speak?
Path of Exile 2 definitely kicked your ass when it came out, yes.
Yeah.
I think the main issue was that when Path of Exile 2 first was like open beta, like a year something ago. The ass kicking was there, but the element to overcome the ass kicking often wasn't. Like the game was very broad, but they hadn't expanded anywhere near to the level that a lot of people expected on an individual like class basis. It's kind of like, you know, you play warrior, you go maces, your number of skills with maces is like, I don't know. If you click, if you're talking about just the viable ones, which is like 3 skills, right? Like pick one of 3 skills. It's pretty shallow. So it was a little bit lackluster, but because the broadness was like quite strong, you could play a lot of the game by just, you know, I'll play a warrior now, I'll play a monk tomorrow, just kind of like experience all the different classes. So in the first version of PoE 2, I played a lot, but I played a lot of different classes just to kind of see how everything worked. Funny enough, the only class I didn't actually play is like a dexterity class, which is what I'm playing now. That's like the only class I didn't play. Because, well, I did play it, but I just played like Pathfinder and played like Energy Shield. So, you know, not really. But I think that they've done a pretty good job filling those gaps in the last few leagues, especially.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's interesting that like the way that you phrase that, where you know it kicked your ass, but the player didn't necessarily have like the means to fight back. Was it largely due to like how rare loot was? Like I like remember finding like a flask with like charges on it and being like exceptionally excited. Like that was like a massive W in my book. Like going into a boss fight and having like regenerating flasks, or like a rare item with like actual good mods. Like, and it was largely due again to like not having like access to too much crafting. Like it was kind of like a slam and pray sort of environment, especially early on in PoE 2 before we had like abyss crafting and like all the new things that we have to play with now. How do you feel sort of about the difficulty of the game? And just kind of the feel of it compared to maybe your first initial impression of it back like a year and a half ago?
Well, I guess kind of what I mean is not so much just with the loot. I guess what I mean is like a class and a build was like pretty good, or it wasn't. And your ability to kind of push that boundary was fairly limited in terms of the options that you have. And yes, gear was a part of it, but it wasn't like the only part. Like even if we go back to like the warrior example with like mace skills, right? There's like so many items, so many like skills. Like you can combine spells with melee. Like last season, I played an oracle, and I used like Comet, but the character was a whirling slash character, and whirling assault character. So it still did pretty good melee damage, and then the Comets would just hit the single target and kind of solve that problem, right? So like you weren't reliant on just how good staves were in that league. There's so many more options where you could extend the power of your character that exist now that did not exist at that time. So that's kind of what I meant by that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think one of my favorite changes that happened over the course of PoE 2's development is just the removal of that like weapon swap penalty. Because prior to that, it really did feel clunky to try to incorporate like different weapon skills into your build. And it felt like very limiting. Like, why would I want to wait like a second to be able to cast something when I could just cast it instantly now? It was quite a big change though, and it resulted in a lot of positives, like more interesting builds, but some negatives as well, where now it kind of feels like certain classes have to use certain things. Like Pounce is a great example of that, where like, you know, playing through the campaign can take quite a while, but if you put a talisman in your offhand, put Pounce on that thing, you're instantly able to move so much quicker through especially all of the earlier zones. And so it's also created like its own interesting metas when it comes to like what weapons to use at what times, especially in the campaign.
Yeah.
In terms of melee, so I know that you've been sort of like a melee enjoyer. You've even talked about it in this conversation. So one of the like kind of pitches for Path of Exile 2 was to kind of like really strengthen melee combat and make it feel viable. How have you felt about melee specifically in PoE 2 with regards to like what we have available currently?
Melee is kind of like suffering, and the best version of melee is where it's basically not melee in PoE2. Like the best melee skills, you scale them to a point where you do not get close to the monster anymore. Like the best melee skill thing is shield wall, probably. And the way that shield wall is used is like you put a shield wall in front of you, and you want something past the edge of your screen to be dead from the attack, right? So that is a very loose definition of melee, if we're being fair.
Yeah, it is interesting. I feel like pseudo melee, as you described, it's kind of where we find ourselves if you want to play like a good melee build. And there's just so many additional things to consider when you play melee. Like there's so many degens, and trying to cast or hit a target with perfect strike when they have temporal bubble and like volatile plants just feels bad when you could be playing like a Deadeye or using twisters and just not have to worry about those things, right? Another big part of the melee kind of issue, I think I would call it, is the defenses aspect. And I wanted to ask you specifically, as somebody who's a hardcore player, obviously
Not so much anymore.
a large part of building hardcore characters in the past and now is obviously strong defenses. So I wanted to hear your sort of take about defenses from your perspective in PoE2. How do you feel about them?
Well, it is kind of missing that part of defenses that works pretty well in PoE1. Like we don't have like the kind of fortify thing, right? And not just that, PoE1 has like better options for like physical conversions and PDR stacking, and it doesn't have like that imbalanced of a pool. Like they haven't really fixed energy shield. They just made it much more annoying to play. But the idea of not getting one-shotted is still like hugely in favor of energy shield builds. Like everyone playing hardcore is playing energy shield builds. Like nothing changed there. And that's just because you don't get one-shotted. You have to play a bit more cautiously, but it kind of is what it is. But PoE1, you could have health totals that are like reasonably high enough, and in PoE2 you can't. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You have like other defenses, but like the moment that you start even just incorporating energy shield or damage taken to mana, it's just such a world of a difference. So I mean, I'm sure but in PoE1 this is turned a bit on its head because the affixes for defense are a lot more powerful. So if you wanted like an energy shield armor, that's fine. It would still be really good. But someone else could, instead of using like energy shield, like you couldn't get as much life as you can energy shield on PoE1 either. But you could get affixes on an armor that would cover the biggest weaknesses, like physical damage. You could get like a conversion, like physical converted to elemental, and you could get a physical damage reduction. And because of endurance charges, the physical damage reduction rolls are way more significant than they are in PoE2, because it would add additive physical damage reduction, and then your armor would apply to it. So it made armor more useful. So basically, PoE1 still has this very good balance between defenses across all the classes, and playing melee is still torture in PoE1 in my opinion, but at least the defenses are pretty fair. In PoE2, yes, it's still torture to play melee, like actual melee, but the defenses are pretty unfair still in PoE2 in my opinion. So I don't know. It's kind of weird, and I think it's brought up before by other people. It's not like they already solved the problem, right? Like it's not like they've solved the problem in Diablo 4 and they're gonna be called out for ripping off Last Epoch or something. No, they already solved the problem. So I don't know why we still have the problem in PoE2.
Yeah, I've recently spent a lot more time with PoE1, especially like in Mirage League and in Keepers of the Flame, and kind of diving in. Like I played a hardcore SSF and Keepers of the Flame, and really learned a lot about like the defensive layers that we have available in PoE1, and it's just so much more interesting. There's so many more things that you can kind of tinker with in order to like make your character super tanky. And as you mentioned, like I think that the way that I would describe PoE2 is kind of just boring right now, and I'm not quite sure what their solution is. So Zizarin had an interview with Mark and Jonathan yesterday talking about life on the tree, and I wanted to hear sort of your perspective about this because it seems to me like they're trying at all costs in order to avoid adding it to the tree, and they instead are kind of looking towards potentially improving life, like prefixes on gear or additional other things. How do you feel about the life on tree like design or anti-life on tree design philosophy within PoE2?
So the way that the PoE2 skill tree is designed is you can't go very far from your ascendancy unless the good stuff is on the edges, on like that highway. So like if you put life nodes on like the middle highway right where warrior is, that doesn't really affect anyone except warrior. Maybe druid. No one else is going over there, basically. So they could definitely add life to the tree, and maybe it's what they should do. Because like even if you play like a ranger, huntress, whatever, you still have the option to layer those defenses. Like I have like 2,000 life, 2,000 energy shield, ghost dance for the entire energy shield, actually. And I have like 15 damage taken as mana, and I have methods where I could get that to 50. And I could stack mana probably also to like 2,000. So I could get like an effective health of like 6,000, which is pretty extreme. But like a warrior doesn't really have that, unless they want to use combs, which you obviously don't want to use combs.
Yeah.
So that's
we got
kind
a
of the
little bit
problem.
more. We got a little bit more health too. Like I was just made aware of this today. I don't know if you've seen this rune where it's like a rune that gives you 1 health per every 8 armor for your helmet, and you can get helmets with like 1,500 armor on it, so that's not bad. And then we have we have rings from Breach now that have the like maximum health like implicit, which is nice. But I feel like it's kind of it still feels like and I play armor and life like every league just to kind of see where it's at. That was the first class that I started with in PoE2 as a warrior, and it was like kind of torturous, especially like trying to do the trials of Sekimas and stuff like that. Like it was rough, man, but it was a fun challenge. But yeah, it seems like they still haven't really figured out how to allow players to kind of withstand like large hits of physical damage. Like you'll look at like Ninja, for example, and see like a Varashta with like 10k ES, and their effective hit pool is like double what a warrior will be with like 3k life and armor and all the things, right? And so yeah, I'm just it's curious to hear your thoughts about this, like with regards to fixing life in PoE2. Do you think that they will do this, like kind of back down on their original philosophy, or do you think that they're going to try everything in their power to kind of avoid this until the very last minute?
I think there's enough life on those characters if they just go the route of like fixing physical damage reduction and that end of things. Like, I don't know, they could just like make endurance charges actually do what they do in PoE1. Like that would go a really, really long way, where it's still hard to generate endurance charges, and there's payouts for using them, but if you could have a payout for not using them, that would be cool too. Wouldn't that be cool? I think that'd be cool, right? So if endurance charges in PoE2 gave PDR like they give in PoE1, like that seems like such a simple fix.
And it might just be enough to make everything feel better. Like, I don't think that it's far from being correct. It's just there's just a little bit of something that needs to give. And so, yeah, I really like how in PoE1 that all charges have some sort of buff. Like, there is like charge regulation in PoE2, but you have to have like, spirit to use that. And then charge regulation also requires int, and it's a tier 14 gem. So you need to have like 70 int or something to use it. And so like balancing out your attributes to use that as a warrior just seems a bit like, too complicated. And so, yeah, like I would love to see that. I would love to also rewind a little bit more about the sort of the early days of Path of Exile. And so there are a lot of people that I see within the community that'll say like Kripp got me into PoE. And so you clearly had like a pretty big influence over kind of shedding light to the game, especially in the early days when not many people knew about it. I wanted to sort of ask you if you could just break down like, you know, the contributions that you think you've made towards Path of Exile and like also towards like GGG's design philosophies as a whole.
Well, I don't know. Basically, you know, when I was just like gaming all day and like I didn't do absolutely anything else with my life, like the first few years, I'd spend a lot more time just talking to random people like online. And, you know, sometimes they were literally just random people, and sometimes they were like PoE developers, like Chris Wilson. And I just tell him what I think about certain stuff. So, you know, when he mentioned that I influenced the idea of them doing consistent seasons and how successful that was for the game, I didn't know that was because I told him about it until he said it, right? So I have no idea how these things end up. And a lot of the time, the feedback that I offer people usually comes, like my end, it's like obvious. Like, you know, like obviously just make endurance charges give PDR, right? But possibly someone who's working on that is already thinking the exact same thing. So, you know, why would they credit me for saying it? So you can't go on there and it's like, oh man, that was totally me in all of these cases. You know, these guys, they don't know what they're doing. If it weren't for me, oh dude, no business there. So you have to be a real asshole to see it from that point of view. Because yeah, it's just an ill-informed way to look at it. So I don't really know. But yeah, I've given a lot of advice on different aspects to all the games that I've played to the people that care to listen.
I feel like you're being extremely modest. I understand like the perspective, like you never intentionally like wanted to make these changes. You were just like a passionate player that like had feedback, like many of us who make content or many players who just want to exhibit their feedback. But I mean, there is something to be said about the feedback that was taken and iterated on. And I think, you know, it's you can't really avoid that they did impact, you know, the game in quite a substantial way. How did you know, those conversations initially start off with like the PoE like developers?
I don't really remember.
Hmm.
I don't know if it was me or if it was like more of a culture thing, but it seemed like more of an easy thing to like start a call with whoever, or maybe it just was that way because they were excited to talk to someone who streamed their game. I don't know.
Okay. And so what was the content like creation sphere like back you know, when you started making PoE videos? Was there like a lot of folks who were making YouTube videos about the game at the time, or was it like a pretty small group of people?
Um, I think a lot of people who played Path of Exile were generally playing it for their own reasons. I think the idea of having like a content creation as like a job or a business was far less realized at the time that Path of Exile 1 was getting off the ground. So most people just kind of did what they felt like, which means that it was a lot easier to just stream the game than to make YouTube videos for it. I kind of, you know, had this thing where I wanted to try to get a YouTube video every single day. So I just kind of stuck with that. But I don't know. That's maybe more of like an insanity thing than it is a sane thing. Like I didn't... I don't know. Like probably if I streamed more, I would have made more money too. I don't know. I just kind of wanted to stick with something I was doing at the time.
Are there any folks out there that like stood out to you as being like creators that you recognize to this day who are still making PoE content?
maybe Nugian. I think he's still playing, but I think his content is not super regular, and he's doing more like vlog style content, which I quite like. I think he does a pretty good job with it. But no, Garatha makes content now, but he was part of our racing team, actually. He was part of our 5-man racing team that won all the races in Season 1 and Season 2. But at that time, he didn't make any content. He was just the player of the game. So yes, I recognize Garatha too, but like if you're asking just content creators that I remember from that time, I think it is just Nugian that I remember.
Okay. Yeah. So pretty small like group of people, and it's funny because as Grinding Your Game sort of adopted the like league philosophy every like 3 months and then every 4 months, it became kind of like a content creator's like dream, I guess, if you wanted to cover this game, because there was always something new to talk about, right? And so I think like that sort of design philosophy actually directly impacted how many people also wanted to like cover the game as well, because there just inevitably became more and more systems, more and more things to talk about, and so it's interesting. Now we have so many creators that cover all sorts of different like aspects of the game, from crafting to hardcore, to like build creation and everything in between. Did you get a sort of an inclination of the bright future of Path of Exile like all those years ago from Grinding Your Games?
Nope. I've seen lots of fantastic games bite the dust over the years. I think the business side of a game is extremely important for its survival, and it's something that I offer absolutely no insight on, so I have no idea. I think early on, Chris, like very early on, told me it's like, we're doing pretty good. We're getting like $7,000 in cosmetics a day. And I'm like, oh, okay. Is that a lot? And they're like, yeah, that's a lot. Okay, good. Good.
It's an interesting business model, and I have difficulty thinking of not like many games that follow sort of like the way that Grinding Your Games does it, where essentially they like garner, sorry, the respect and like admiration of their player base by being very communicative and creating like good content and listening to the players and stuff like that, and that actually like voluntarily the players actually voluntarily like want to support the game, which is like a pretty rare like monetization method, especially in today's like landscape. What do you think about the like monetization of Path of Exile?
I think they have realized what certain gamers really want out of a game extraordinarily well, and at that point it just makes it easier for them to open their wallets even for stupid shit. So I mean, it seems like it works, but again, I can't say like something else would work better or something like that. I have no idea. It's a world I really don't know anything about. I would say though that I think that Path of Exile is really blessed to have like the content creators that it has. Like the people that really stick to this game and play it as much as they do. Obviously not universally, but like, I don't know, like if you compare it to like other gaming communities, it's pretty crazy. Like these people are absolute saints, and they're not trying to be. It's just because the main thing that they're interested in is the game. So they're not so involved in like crazy drama and stupid bullshit that kind of plagues a lot of other gaming communities.
Yeah, it's very much so a game that is based around like sharing information. Like I come from before I got into Path of Exile, like a lot of like more competitive games, but a lot of like Counter-Strike and Dota 2 and stuff like that. And there always felt like there was this level of toxicity that kind of existed in any competitive game or any gaming community in general. But being involved in Path of Exile kind of opened up my eyes to, I guess, the way that people go about it when like there's not like an elo per se or like a ranking. Of course, especially on like softcore trade, like the economy is like, PvP for people, right? Like they want to make more money than everyone else and be the first person to have a mirror and whatnot. But generally speaking, there is like a very positive like outlook, I think, on like sharing info. in the PoE landscape. What would you say about all that?
Yep, I think you hit it. And I do think the trade is probably closer to PvP than people would like to admit, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Like, I think a lot
Sorry,
of
go ahead.
people get these like strategies and through the goodness of their hearts sometimes share them, but after they've pretty much ruined, let's say, half the viability, exploiting it themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Is there anything else sort of that makes grinding your games like stand out to you as like an amazing game developer in your eyes?
I think it's also pretty cool that they have the same people kind of, kind of running these games as they had for many, many years. I think that is quite unusual. Um, I don't know what their corporate structure is like, but it is different than what we see in pretty much every other studio, right? Where you basically have like some new guy you never heard of in charge of your game now, and this changes every few years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead, you have like the same people that you know for like decades, and they seemingly at least are aware of all the different mechanics in the game, which is a pretty big feat on its own. I don't know. I feel like, if you were to hire someone, if you like, you get an HR department and it's like, okay, we got to hire someone to take over like Jonathan's duties, right? Like, how do you even start with that? Like, how do you interview someone for knowing every mechanic in Path of Exile 2? And then also being like a coder and being disciplined and being like communicative enough with staff to let them know changes in directions, and then being one step ahead of everything because, you can't just snap your fingers and get what you want tomorrow. You always have to be ahead with these multifaceted projects. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. I feel like when you work at GGG, you're kind of in it for the long run. It does seem like, as you mentioned, like once you get a job there, you're there to stay. So I think that speaks to, I don't know anything about how they run their business or anything like that, but it speaks to sort of what I imagine their environment is, where it's like very like, they want you to be there for the long run, right? They want you to continue to develop the game for a while. I think Mark Roberts is even a prime example of that, where like I believe he started off in like QA, and now he's like the game director on Path of Exile, and I think you hit the nail
when
on
I
the
started
head.
playing Path of Exile 1, so this is again like, I don't know, 13 years ago now or something, 12. There's a video that I made the day after, so I'm sure you can pinpoint how long it's been. Anyway,
Yeah.
he was like the QA guy. Like, he's the QA guy that knew like every build that existed and a few more that he didn't want to tell anyone. So
Yeah.
I know him from that time, and I'm not the only person. Like, he was well known at that time, which kind of goes again to kind of what I was saying. It's not like he like just worked in QA. He was like, I think, a pretty big part of the team forever, and he has like so many things he's in charge of now.
Yeah, it's an amazing journey. And it was, even more evident yesterday in the interview. And I think it's pretty evident in every interview. But yesterday's interview they really got into like very specific systems and mechanics. And I again like I like to glaze GGG all the time because I'm just such a massive fan. But it's hard for me to think of like developers, especially with positions like game director, who are so knowledgeable about everything that's happening in a game and had answers for like every question and knew what just like farming strategies that people were doing and builds that were popping off. I don't know, it's a definitely a special company, so it's cool to hear sort of like your thoughts about them as well.
Yeah.
So with regards to zero point 0.5, do you think that 0.5 is like a step, bringing PoE2 a step closer to matching like the quality and staying power of Path of Exile 1? And do you feel like it's becoming more of a like worthy successor to Path of Exile, Path of Exile 1 as well?
I feel like the major turning point was actually the Abyss League. I think launch was good, but there wasn't really quite that much content. Just like the broadness of the content was pretty cool, but only that. I think their first update was pretty mediocre. And honestly, I was just kind of thinking, basically playing PoE2 fairly casually after the 0.2 update. But the 0.3 update kind of convinced me that they're really moving the game, and they're making pretty sweeping changes. You know, the power creep thing that I mentioned and how sad it is to do Ultimatum right now. 0.3 was kind of like them first letting go of whatever it was that the game was on launch.
Yeah.
Like it was definitely slower than it is today, but it really felt like they're really trying even like significant changes of pace to the game, which is very bold of them to try. I think a company that has like 1 million pre-orders on Steam, I think they had more. Did they have 1 million pre-orders? They have 1 million people at once. I don't even remember. Anyway,
Yeah,
it's
I
pretty
can't
bold of
remember
them to make sweeping changes to a project that is that popular, right? I think a lot of companies would go with a pretty conservative approach to development. So I don't think that's what they're doing this time. I think they are looking at pretty sweeping changes if they feel like they need to make them. And I think that kind of started with 0.3. Right now, I feel like the game is so different. I actually have new concerns about that.
Okay.
If anything, 0.5 for me kind of really expanded on the broadness of the game. Like they just, you know, it was like a 7-lane highway, and now it's like a 20-lane highway. But the road is still damaged from winter. You know, the winter damage piles up. You know.
That's a good way to look at it. If you could elaborate, what are some of your like concerns that maybe have arose from playing and getting your hands on 0.5 now with this kind of new perspective that definitely did shift from 0.3 onwards?
I don't think I have any new concerns. They just haven't really addressed them very much. Like a lot of the powerful builds are working with like quirky interactions that doesn't seem like they're too intended. The weapon swapping thing is like cool but very problematic. I don't know. It's just like there was not really any refinement that happened in 0.5. They just like piled in new stuff. I don't think it's so much caused new problems so much, but yeah, I think it is a bit lacking in the refinement. There are vastly different like things that you could be doing with your time in terms of value, where probably there shouldn't be, right? Like when I do an expedition, I pretty much just go around and just do the caves because they might have a recipe or something. And if there's no cave, and if there's no like good runic rock thing, I don't know what they're called, I literally just leave. Like that's like it's just not even worth killing the monsters in there, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I mean, right? Like the content has like a lot of depth. There's a lot of depth to the game, but it's not refined at all. So yeah, that's probably just going to be their next step, I imagine. I think this patch they wanted to add the content, they wanted to add the broadness of what you can do, and I mean they did say that the next update is the next major update is supposed to be launch like 1.0, right? They did say that, I think.
I think they said there's going to be like a
mini seasons,
an economy reset,
yeah,
and I think some balancing changes between now and launch. But yeah, I think that the next major update will be 1.0. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I would bet that's what they're working on. I think just going over everything and kind of making it in line is a pretty missing part right now, and that's kind of just natural with how they've developed the game. There seems to be a natural power creep to the stuff that they put into the game. I don't know if it's intentional or it's not. It could be that they see players being receptive to content being more approachable, at least from different build standpoint, perhaps. I don't know. That's just a guess, right? Like, I don't know that. But
Yeah,
it
no,
does
I
it does
totally
seem
get
to
that.
be like power creep is on the upswing. Even like you mentioned, even the nerf crafting, just the characters are just more powerful, right? So
Mhm.
seems to be that way.
Yeah, and as much as I was upset about the crafting nerfs, I do think it was good for the game. My audience may make fun of me for saying that because I was definitely crashing out a little bit, especially as an SSF player, because we're kind of in that like slam and pray era of crafting again. But I think slowing down progression is good for the longevity of the game. And I think that like it could even be pushed a little bit further. I think with regards to like the like sanctum stuff, like the chaos trials and stuff like that, those are one of those systems like the ascendancy trials, like Sekima's and chaos trials, like that haven't really seen any love since like the game came out. Like they were iterated on a little bit with regards to like some minor tweaks, but I think like the way I look at it is the end game got this whole sort of like glow up, right? Where, you know, the initial first four league mechanics like Breach, Expedition, Ritual, Delirium were not nearly up to par with like when Abyss came out, for example. Like Abyss was just such a good league, had a crafting mechanic attached to it and everything. Same with Temple, despite it being obviously problematic for different reasons. But so the way that they kind of gave these sort of refreshers, I do believe that they're going to have to go back and do all of those refreshers to like a lot of the ascendancies, classes, and skills as well as the trials of the Ascension.
Yep.
What are sort of your expectations for like the 1.0 release of Path of Exile 2? And yeah, like where do you think they need to put the most love? Maybe in like a class, a weapon type. Like, what would you like to see sort of refresh the most?
I'll be honest, I don't know. I try not to have expectations. I try not to hype myself up. Just doesn't serve me any good.
That's dope. But yeah,
I also feel
yeah.
like, there's a lot of games on Steam that are early access. There's no game that's labeled early access that looks and plays like this one. So I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I really don't have anything to say about that. It's kind of in their hands to where they see it as like a release product. I think people that play Path of Exile 2 are not like, it was okay, but it's early access. Maybe it'll be better later when they release the game. I don't think there's a lot of people that kind of see the game that way. So I don't know. These are just kind of like random labels at this point. The way that I see it is the game is effectively released. If I had to put a point where it felt fairly complete, I'd say again it was Abyss, so 0.3. And since then you just call it whatever you want, really.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think, yeah, you hit the nail on the head when it comes to like the early access label. Like, there's not very many games, and early access kind of gets a pretty bad stigma because you don't really know what you're getting into. Like, the game could be fun, but then just never be completed. And so I think like I think it's fair to say that Path of Exile 2 is probably like one of the best, in my opinion, like early access or whatever you want to call it, beta games that I've ever played. It does feel like it's already out. Even though it's not complete yet with content. Is there any, like, as a final PoE question, is there any mechanic from PoE 1 that you're really fond of that you'd like to see sort of reimagined in PoE 2?
I hadn't really thought about that. I don't know.
Yeah, I just played Delve a lot, and I would love to see that. I don't know. Were you like a Delve fan of PoE 1 at all? Or I know it's kind of a love-hate relationship with that mechanic specifically.
I can't say I like Delve. I'd say mostly I like the fossil crafting of things. Like it's a really complex layer to crafting, and that's why it's very cool. But I don't know. I don't think they really want crafting to go in that direction so much. Maybe they do. Yeah, I was kind of like going through like the different league mechanics in my head, and I'm not sure that the game is really missing any of them. In Path of Exile 1, I quite like Ruthless, so
Oh, yes.
I I wouldn't be opposed. I don't know if it's like a great idea, but I wouldn't be opposed to seeing some kind of game mode where loot doesn't necessarily have to be worse, but like there's just a lot less of it. And I want like my shard vacuum cleaner or something if they're gonna keep it with so like right now I'm doing these maps and a huge number of the maps that I do, my inventory is filled with 1x1s. Like 1x1s. There's not even a 2-slot item in there. It's just like so much clicking that's so pointless. And with the natural like power creep that they're kind of doing each league, that might be a problem at some point. So I don't know. I think there might be some solution there where you don't have to make the game ruthless hard, but you can make the game ruthless drops, where instead of dropping 10 items, it drops 1 item and it like lucky rolls each of the affixes 10 times, for example. So like you're still getting about the same amount of good stuff, but you're just getting way less stuff. I think something like that would be really good. Again, it's not exactly like that in PoE 1, but I mean that is a really big selling point for Ruthless for me. Like
it's kind of almost a way to throw it back to 0.1 in PoE 2. Like it's funny because a lot of people kind of made that comparison directly between Ruthless and PoE 2 initially when it came out. Almost like a PoE 2 classic mode or something like that. What do you think about this? So a friend of mine actually had an idea, and I don't know how expansive this is in PoE 1, but he had an idea for like doing private leagues, but with like insane like parameters, so you could adjust like everything from like, you know, the amount of loot that drops to the difficulty and whatnot. And I think that would be just such a fun addition to have to the game, where we had more sort of like control over like our own experiences before maybe GGG commits to like a full like Ruthless. Would you be a fan of like just like cool private leagues with a, you know, a variety of different like adjustments that you could make on them?
I'm cool with the idea of private leagues, but I'm not so cool with the idea of doing the campaign every few weeks for new private leagues.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. So I just wanted to kind of close this out with a couple closing questions. Just, you know, something that I've been curious about. Aside from, you know, a lot of this Path of Exile stuff, is there any other game or games that have really like caught your eye that you're excited to try in the near future?
I mean, I don't play that many different games. So, I mean, I guess the way that I see it is each PoE league, at least how it's been in the past, is kind of like its own game. It's like a fleeting moment where, you know, if you played PoE in League X, then how fun that was, for example. You can't play that now, right? So that's kind of what makes PoE pretty special, because it is a different game each time they have a new league, and it's never going to be like that again.
Yeah, for sure. I think that design philosophy again, the game, you know, the classic Chris Wilson, you know, talk about designing a game to be played forever. It is just you know, such a wonderful design philosophy. But there isn't like a single game that's coming out maybe that could, you know, that's caught your eye that you've been keen to play at all. I'm surprised by that.
Most of my plans have to do with playing games that I'm already playing and just kind of being around for the updates they have planned.
Okay, I got you. This next one's kind of an out there question. The first time I've ever asked this on this podcast, but I figure from you, being, you know, involved with gaming for such a long time, I would be curious to hear your thoughts about this. So, let's say you had a, you know, a team or a studio or a significant amount of money, and you were in charge of making or developing a game project. What would you, if you could just make something game wise, what would it be?
I mean, like, after I played Hearthstone for like 2 months, I told Chris they should make a Path of Exile card game. And I was very serious about that suggestion. I don't think, I feel like with card games, it's quite figured out at this point. Like, I don't think that's a good idea anymore.
Didn't they do that at ExileCon as well? Like, directly take that advice and make it like a thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was a really cool thing that they did, but it wasn't like a thing to be played forever.
Okay. So you're kind of leaning towards like more of a strategy card game. If you could, you don't think that there's any room to like innovate on the idea of a card game at this point in time?
Not so much, no.
No. Okay. Speaking about ExileCon, coming up in November, and you mentioned you're attending. Not being your like, is this going to be your third ExileCon, or
Yep.
did you go to only one of them? Third ExileCon? Okay.
Third ExileCon.
So for those of you who are attending and who haven't been to New Zealand, what are some things, as somebody who really enjoys like traveling and seeing different parts of the world, that you really recommend from your previous experiences in New Zealand?
You want travel tips for New Zealand?
Yeah, just something that maybe stuck out to you as you've been there quite a few times now.
So this time we're going to go to the South Island. The North Island is where ExileCon happens. New Zealand has like 2 islands. New Zealand
Okay.
is quite to the south, so the South Island of New Zealand has glaciers. And that's also because it's a higher elevation than the North Island. So the North Island is kind of like a pretty tropical place, and the South Island is like very different.
Yeah.
New Zealand also has like nothing that can kill you, which is a stark difference from its neighbor Australia, where
Yeah.
it has pretty much nothing that doesn't kill you. Like if it doesn't kill you, it doesn't exist anymore. Except for the volcanoes, yes. In New Zealand, the volcanoes can get pretty dangerous, though they haven't in quite a while. And New Zealand people are generally very friendly and stuff. So this environment is very good for renting a car and making your own itinerary. And that's especially true if you like to do any kind of like hiking or something like that, because they definitely have a lot of like outdoor stuff that you can do and see. The popular sites near Auckland, there's Hobbiton, which is pretty nice. We told them we like do YouTube content and we like film some stuff. And the guy asked if we're like popular, and we're like, I guess. So he took us to places where you can't normally go. It's only for like filming and stuff. So you can try that
Yeah, the
angle
streamer
if you
client at Hobbiton. Nice.
Exactly.
Dude.
You can play that angle. It might work for you.
I don't know if it's gonna work for me, but we'll try it out.
And the other thing that is also a really popular site is in regards to the glowworms. So the glowworms, they are in several different caves around the island. They have glowworms in a few different places in the world, both North and South Island. But there's one particular area in the North Island that is like chock-packed with glowworms. There's so many of them. And that's a pretty wonderful experience if you go. There's like the version where you sit in a boat and you don't even walk. There's like you go on a guided tour with a cave, and there's like the near spelunking level cave tour, and we did that last time.
Oh, nice. Okay.
We have a IRL channel. I call it Anya's channel because it's kind of from her perspective. So you guys can see some of these on Anya's channel with the IRL command in my chat if you so care. We do weekly updates on Sunday. But that's what we typically do. If you do travel somewhere, it's a lot easier now. You can literally just ask like an AI bot, is it a good idea to travel this country renting a car? And if it says that it is, that's probably how you should do it, if you're comfortable driving anyway. And
Okay,
there's so much to see.
Will this be your first time to the South Islands this time around, or did you go there like basically every time?
Yes,
Oh,
first
okay,
time
I
to
got
South
you.
Island. And we're going to drive there also from the North Island. They have like a 3-hour ferry between the two.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, this will be my first time in New Zealand, so it's cool to hear sort of like your perspective on things. And I know they kind of like talk about like the classic tourist spots. It's kind of the stuff that you mentioned, but I think the renting a car aspect of it and just kind of making your own trip is really like enticing. And it's cool to hear that you're going to go down to the South Islands this time, because that's what we were thinking of doing as well. That's
Yeah, I
pretty
think
sweet.
the South Island is much more like hiking based stuff, so you probably need to be in a little bit better shape for that. I think North Island is a bit more relaxed with like the how physically demanding it is to actually end up seeing the stuff.
Okay, I got you. Cool, man. I'm excited. I've never been to like a gaming convention before, and yeah, I feel like it's gonna be just an unreal experience. Going to ExileCon. Um, so yeah, just as a final question to close this out, this is something that I ask every creator at the end of the podcast. Just if you had any advice for new and upcoming content creators to help them get started on their journey in making content or streaming.
Well, it's probably a pretty brutal uphill climb, so you have to be really serious about it and not quit your day job.
Okay. Be serious about it and don't quit your day. So basically, don't quit your day job like you did at the very start of it all.
Yep. You should not do that.
Are you able to elaborate on maybe how it's even more brutal now? Like, do you think that it's like
it's just one of those things where people see not only that it's possible, but it's a very appealing thing to do. It's like one thing that kind of paralleled me doing like YouTube full time because I could make money off of it is like the literal explosion of 40-year-old people making Minecraft content for 6-year-olds. That was like the thing to do on YouTube. That's because it was just like really easy and it hit the algorithm and it hit kids, and advertising to kids was like crazy ad revenue basically at the time. So yeah, it's kind of like the healthcare industry is going to be very popular in the coming decades. It's kind of like that, where people realize the potential and they see it much more from a career perspective than they do from a passion perspective. So you are competing with everyone now. You're competing with people who see the career potential, and you're competing with the people who have had the passion and now see that it can still be like an avenue to, make like a living off of. So, yeah. You have much more competition, and it's probably harder than ever to rise above the noise. And one thing that Twitch has remained very consistent on in the 15 years that I've used it is they are absolutely shitty as hell at giving smaller streamers any kind of exposure. So that has not improved at all. So with much more people making content on it, it is ever more difficult.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. I feel like what was once like a very obviously like niche thing, there was only so many people doing it. It was never really like considered like I guess from your perspective, a desirable career path or a way to make like, money per se. It was more so like you got into it because you just enjoyed making content, making videos for fun and stuff. And now I think a lot of people, from what I see, are like, that's what I want to do as my career. I want to do streaming, and it doesn't seem to be this like necessarily this passion anymore for like just being creative and making like fun videos. It seems like, the attitude is very much shifted towards just like I want to do this so I can make money.
There's also things that kind of work against you now, like YouTube, I think, has new algorithm parameters for content that is unlike your other content, because they basically, I think, are trying to crush like sponsored content with their algorithms. And basically, like if I do a PoE video, it just gets crushed in the algorithms. It just gets crushed. A little bit less so now that I try to make more of them. But this was like crazy for like the one time I did like the Diablo 2 video. I made one Diablo 2 video, and it pretty much did not go to my subscribers. Like the day that I released it, it had like 5K views. And then by day 3, it had like 50K views. Most of my videos get like 18 to 20K. And yeah, the discovery was all other videos from other content creators. And then after like 2 days of it proving itself through that, then it got sent to my subscribers. So, it is kind of being a bit maybe cynical or realistic about like how popular the competition is. But these websites now have like advanced algorithms that are also in many ways working against you, trying new things and things like that. And that is also another layer of difficulty for a new content creator, because to be a new popular content creator, you can't really do something exactly the way that someone else is doing it and be particularly successful. But if you're punished for trying something new, well, get shit on, right? Like, good luck with that. So, yes, there's multitudes of new difficulty levels to this.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's, I don't know, I've talked to quite a few content creators, obviously, on this podcast specifically, like, 49 of them or so. And it feels like, from what I've, heard from folks, that like the stuff that they put the most effort into often results in like the least amount of return. And so what people kind of get into the mindset of is I just need to start putting out stuff frequently.
Yep.
And the more frequently you put out stuff, obviously the less like quality content you can make, right? Like less polished and less editing and stuff like that. And so it's kind of created this like attitude, I guess, where, back in my day when I was like, using YouTube, there was like content creators like Freddie Wong and like FES Russia and all of these like kind of, more produced stuff that was like, what I would view now, like not too many people make those types of videos, like these really like kind of, I don't know if you'd call FES Russia high quality, but there was like, the production value and stuff like that. And so the landscape has definitely changed with that regard as well.
Yeah. There's one more thing I wanted to say. Oh yeah, that part was always true. The idea of making a video every day was from the exact thing that you're mentioning. I'd be really proud of how I made certain videos and they would tank, and then I'd whip out a video that I thought was super shitty just because I had nothing better to talk about one day, and that video would do super well. So that part is, that's eternal. That's never changed. So yes, consistency is key to fixing that problem as well.
Yeah. Do you have like, as a kind of a final follow-up, like any video or like piece of content that you've made that you're like the most proud of that you made, like regardless of like its success numerically or statistically?
Not to kind of throw my own videos under the bus, but when you make a video like for a daily basis, which is what I have done for like 14 years, it's a little bit different than when you produce a video that takes you like 2 weeks and plan it out and all that kind of stuff. I have not planned out a video for more than like 30 minutes in like 15 years. So
Damn,
the ones
okay.
the ones that I'm more proud of are the ones that I did plan out and I took like 2 weeks to make them. So yeah, they're generally the older videos.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right, man. Well, yeah, that's basically it. It's been fascinating hearing your sort of story, talking about PoE with you. And yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for your time. And I appreciate you coming on today.
Well, thank you. It was fun.
Yeah, no, it was really fun. I hope you have a blast playing 0.5. I don't know how normally how long you play like PoE 2 leagues, if it's like a couple weeks, a month and stuff like that. But yeah, from what I've seen, like checking out your stream and your videos, it seems like you're having a great time. And yeah, I look forward to saying hi to you at XLCon in November.
We'll be there. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for listening today. I will put a link to a Kripp stream, YouTube video, all that fun stuff in the video description, as I always do, in case you're sleeping under a rock. Thank you so much for watching, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. See you guys in the next podcast on Friday. Until then, have fun, stay safe, and take care. Peace. All right, man. Appreciate your time, dude. Thank you so much.
No problem. Take care.
All right. See ya.
All right, give me a second. Let me end this thing here. Get my volume back. Dude, I'm so sad I died in that map with like a million wisps. I did not realize that the Queen of the Mist was going to get nuked by literally every single one of those wisps. I basically wanted to do all the safe content as fast as I could so the wisps on the boss wouldn't expire. But yeah, I did the ritual and the Queen had like saved up all of the goddamn wisps, dude. I didn't know that would happen. But then, you know, I saw that her health was going down, so I thought, okay, we could do this. But yeah, then I got one-shotted, so. There were a lot of rares on the ground. I'm sure there was going to be some good stuff there, but rip in peace. I'm not looking forward to Guild Wars 3. Did they have like a date for Guild Wars 3? Beta 2027. Okay. That's not too far out. Like that sounds like it's kind of actually happening.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows
You can sign up. Sign up, bro. I'm a streamer. I'm gonna use my good connections with the Guild Wars team to get me in immediately. Wait, how do the Abyss monsters give Abyss tablets even when you put in an Abyss tablet to start? I didn't think they did that. Bonk. How am I so tanky? Remember when I told you guys I'd use Ghost Dance? And you guys are like, lol, they double nerfed Ghost Dance. It's so dead now. You guys remember that? Well, currently, I pretty much never get hit. And when I get hit, I recover all of my energy shield. Turns out it wasn't so bad. Not so bad. I have like 26k evasion. Oh, it's 31 because I have the defense shrine. And yeah, I have a guardian spear, so my deflection damage reduction is well, it's 50 from deflection, but the chest gives you 15 redirect. And people said that redirect is on each companion. So if that's true, I take almost no damage from a deflected hit at all. Yeah, I actually just died. I died to a Queen of the Mists with literally like infinity wisps on it. I didn't realize it would pre-stack the wisps, so. Oh, during like a 100 delirium, too. Oh, drops, right. Ooh. Could be good. Yes, Delirium is so overtuned I can actually die in it, yes. They didn't screw up Infernal Legion. Infernal Legion is still, like, the same if you use it on Tame Beast.
Watching treasures.
Yep.
Good fortune.
Yeah, I don't have a mage, but I'm curious if I have all the idols now. I'm missing one of the queen ones, so yes, I effectively do have all the idols. 2 rabbits, 1 fox. 1 Thruldana. 2 Egrin, 2 Relicash. Cool. So these have no limits. Oh no, those have limits. These have no limits. Those have 1. These are rarer and have 1. And these are like weird ones and have 1. The snake idol does not have a limit. Interesting. Kalguran rune. I don't have vigor, no. What does that do? Emergent vigor. +1 max life plus 8 per 8 armor on equipped helmet. Oh, it's an ancient augment. Oh, wow. Hits against you have no crit damage bonus while on consecrated ground? Wait, that's insane. I do want one of those, but not for the helmet. You've seen no alloys?
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day. You must be out of your mind.
Kind of cool how IR is like the best one. Like rolling jewels for me anyway. Monkey or Twister. The monkey build is far stronger, like numbers wise, but the Twister build is a lot faster. So when you start mapping, it's better to be faster and just do like easy maps with minimal content, minimal modifiers, and like no tablets. But at some point you will want to do hard content because that's where you get the really good stuff later. Early on, you just want to churn out maps for like Atlas points. So Twister is better for that. Probably a lot better, even. Like if you want to play super optimally, yeah, you'd go Twister and respec later, kind of like I did. Maybe a little bit earlier than I did. I took a bit too long to respec, but it's not like Monkey is bad. It'll just take you a lot longer to churn through like the 500 maps you have to do. For points. How does Delirium work exactly? So basically, the more stuff you kill and the farther you are from the start of the map, the more of a multiplier to health and damage the mobs get. And that also rewards in you getting more experience in items. Temple Monkey for less spirit. Can you even get Temple Monkey with modifiers? Cute Dog made a video about it. I'll have a look. Yeah, I customize the filter blade filters. I do that every season. You got the Temple Monkey yesterday, and it has way less base damage. Alright, well we got Giga Abyss, so give me those logbooks. Oh. me see.
Here, how do you get this monkey, right? If you're playing Spirit Walker, everyone's using the big monkey as their main DPS. But look at this one. Look how cool he looks. He's got like some kind of red ice cream cone. He's got some samurai helmet, some weeb type shit. He's got armor. He like looks really badass, right? You might remember him from Point 4 League. Yo, hey, everyone say hi to YouTube, okay? So how do you get this and why do you want to get him, right? Like, obviously, the main reason everyone wants this guy is because he just looks better. He looks better than the Act 3 Silverback. But even if you don't like how he looks, this guy's got some benefits, okay? So let's look at the Silverback that everyone's using. Zakoa, the Head Crusher. 47.4% Spirit Reservation, right? Not too bad for a big unique mob. But look at this guy. This guy is less Spirit.
Sergeant. Crusher. Minion. Monster 90. Minion. Monster 90. Damage 13, 13.4. It is less damage. Probably not way less damage. Crit damage bonus 30. Wait, this is not even true. It's 250 here. Let me check Silver Fist. Mighty Silver Fist. No, it's still... It's not 30, it's 250. We know it's 250. It looks like it's just a tiny amount less damage, though.
But he's the same monkey for less. And then he also has a little bit more armor, and then he has the same crit rate. So this monkey, the red one, is better in every single way, except for maybe you don't like the visuals, right? So you should be getting this, because what's going to happen later on is at the end game, you're going to get more sockets, you're going to get more reservation efficiency, right? Your build's going to get better, you're going to level up. And this percentage reservation is actually going to be a big difference, because if you look at the kind of like the tier list of the percentage reservation later on, you are going to be able to, with a little bit of planning, you're going to be able to fit in an extra tame beast, okay? If you work in some of the better companions, as well as saving here, right? So how do we get this guy? Well, very, very easy. What you're going to do is you're going to look for any city biome, okay? So when you mouse over, so trying to get a long loading screen here. So any biome that you mouse over that says biome city, doesn't have to be a whale city, but any city, you're going to go in there. And we're going to use these tablets, okay? If you use these tablets, you're guaranteeing a bunch of beacons from 0.4 if you play that league. And each of those beacons, if you remember from resetting Holton all the time, if a pylon pops out of the ground instead of a chest, that's going to spawn a boss. There's an aberration. There's the big sentinel construct guy. There's a beast, the blind beast, and then there's like a monkey guy, right? How do you know if when you have a socketed Pokeball, it'll just like show up from like off screen too if it does spawn in there, and you'll be able to like see if it's like a beast tag, and you'll see them from like really far away. Okay, so what do these tablets do? Well, these tablets have the only important mod on here. Let me just show it on the spreadsheet. Additional rare modifier, and then the chance to add a beacon unique monster into the map. Okay, Why?
What?
If you use 4 of these,
Both?
because in a city, you can use 4 tablets because of your Atlas tree. That guarantees that any monkey that you capture has automatically 4 mods. And Tame Beast says up to 4 mods. So you guarantee that's 4 mods and higher chance to maybe see a crit roll, because that's what they're running after. And then what this does is this stacks up, and once this hits 100%, doesn't have to be 4 of these at perfect, because there's like Atlas nodes that'll get fixed, and there's like masters that buff this. But once you hit 100%, there's gonna be a bunch of map bosses roaming around. So be very careful they don't one-shot them, okay? Make sure you turn off your on your weapon swap to turn off your companions when you see one, so they don't one-shot them, and that will give you a chance. Now it's super rare. I would say the weighting of like the monkey boss to like the other ones probably like 1 to 8, 1 to 10 or something. It's really crazy actually. It's not evenly weighted. There's no way. So let me give you a quick tip for finding this guy. Okay, once you use 4 of these tablets, okay, for every city biome.
4 of these tablets.
When you
Got it.
go into the map, here's what you're gonna do. First things first is you're gonna look at the map modifiers, because it'll give you a map hack. Okay, so this is not one of them. I'm just using this map as an example. But let's say you use 4 of these tablets, and you used copy this right here. Hold on, can't see. Copy what I'm doing right here with Hilda, and in this list, it'll literally say it. It'll say Abomination, Sentinel, Quadrilla Sergeant. And if he shows up here, it means he's literally walking around randomly in the map somewhere, okay? So that's when it's like, okay, alert. Don't one-shot him. Turn off your minions. And go find his ass, and then obviously Pokeball him. And that's it. Now, if it doesn't show up here, because if it doesn't show up here, you still have like 5 chances at least, right? There's gonna be like 5 beacons inside of the map, and every single beacon that you finish has a chance for that little pylon to pop out of the ground and start like charging up, and that's your cue that a boss is gonna spawn. Not guaranteed to be him, right? It's very rare, but when that pops up, be like, okay, you turn off all your minions, right? Do a weapon swap, turn off all your minions, and get ready to Pokeball his ass right away, and don't die, okay? So that's the 2 ways. Number 1. So step 1, check to see if he spawned on the map. If not, still go do every single beacon to get him to spawn. That's basically
Where
it.
is the
When you get
Vol
him-
Beacon affix on anyway?
Oh, another quick tip for safety. So a lot of people don't know this, but the PoE 1 tech works in PoE 2 where you can pause. So you see how the game is paused right here? I mean, it's funny that I can like shift around my inventory. I can even drop items on the ground, right? I can like move stuff around, but it's still paused. Bind your hotkey for your shop to something really close on your left hand. Like mine's on number 3, so it is called in the go to the input tab, find shop interface, and bind that. Okay, so that when you see this will help you not just for the monkey boss, but like for everything. You see something you want to check, you pause the game, you can mouse over him, right? And the funny thing is, like, let's say that this guy right here was like the monkey, and you saw he has crits. You see the monkey, you're like, I need that guy. So you can even weapon swap to cancel your minions while paused. Isn't that crazy? Another thing, a more advanced version, is you can just open your, if you're really scared, you can like open this, okay? And because like you can't misclick onto the terrain and start walking around from this screen, this also pauses. And then you can like start taking out your, if you're really, really scared, you can like start taking off your chest piece, and like you start taking out your monsters manually if like you're really worried, okay? Like this pause works. And then 60 people that are indexed that are using this guy, okay?
So you have to go through all that, get the maps with monster affix on uniques, and also the Vol beacons. I've never even seen one of those tablets. You need 4, and then 1 every 8 has a monkey, and then you still need the monkey to have good mods. Bro, what planet is this guy on? Beacon. Where is the beacon affix anyway? Oh. Oh, it's using these things? So you do like 4 temple tablets. It's specifically for temple tablets. Vol Beacon unique monster. Got one. Got 2. Oh no, this is pack size for beacon. I have 0. Yeah, I need to have the 20% chance of Vol Beacon unique monster. I have 0. That's insane. I got 0. Novel strategy. Trade League Andes. It has no tablets now? Oh, interesting.
Time to finish what the Magi
Protect
started.
the ritual. A sliver of what my home feels like. The Wildwood's power is mine.
130, and these are my waystone modifiers. And I think it's still this one. Streamers using the bad monkey, Sag. I think this one's almost always up. Yeah, getting the base maps themselves is kind of difficult. I will have to do that at some point.
Any more time?
Damn, single drop. The Ice Yeti does not have an increased crit situation, so it's pretty bad comparatively. I will say it's basically a waste of time to try to figure out another unique tame beast. The closest thing that I've seen to a companion build that's not Silver Fist is using the Forgotten Warden with shared power charges with Oil Barrage. I saw Ostrix doing that. It looked actually good. But he's also not doing like insano juice delirium content, so I'm not sure. He's not doing that because he's playing hardcore. That's what I mean, because like it's not like he won't be able to handle it. I don't know. But if I was not running delirium, everything would look really easy on this character, so it's kind of hard to say for sure.
Take your time. I'll take it.
Whoa, what is that? Yo, should I just run it blue? Just use Adorned?
For now we part.
Alright. Shock duration, my dude. Shock duration. I think I take the 1 and 3. I think I YOLO the 1 and 3 and Abyss the suffix. Did not get the 1 and 3. Rip. Okay. What am I doing? Big boss time. Yeah. Big boss time. I have like Mansion in the Mist. How do I go to Origin Tower? Okay, yeah, that.
I need a moment to prepare.
I am heavily invested in speed. I'm not scaling damage that much. This is a speed monkey. So my monkey damage is it really that low? 1.1 million? I thought it was higher. Let's see. I've seen it at 1.3, but I think it cycles different spirits. So yeah, 1.1 million. I'll be back in a minute.
Mankind shall never ordain the first edict. And now, you. Behold, her virtue and courage. You disgrace her sanctity. The enemy returns. This world must be purged. Her fate's worse than death. Behold. You fool. If they obtain the mother's soul, our civilization died for nothing.
Oh, dude, that's a good drop. Chair gaming, dude. Oh, I have 2 of those. Should I vol one? Two socket. Crazy. What the hell? Okay, let's vol the other one too, I guess. I got it. Oh my god. It's a near perfect roll. What the hell? Yeah, that's a pretty good item. What kind of builds use this right now? Cast on dodge. I got the increased skill effect duration. So yeah, actually it's pretty decent on Twister. But I'd want something that has like Giga AoE. I'm not going back to Twister. This is an extremely rare item. You have to corrupt a very valuable scepter for a rare chance at getting the item. And then it's corrupted, so the roll is locked in. But we got a fantastic roll too. Why is it so good? Because it grants the effect of Dreaming Gloom Shrine. And the Dreaming Gloom Shrine explodes all monsters that you kill. It's the strongest shrine in the game by a huge margin. And with the scepter, you just have it passively. Yeah. So, like, it's crazy. It's a crazy scepter. It sounds pretty okay. Yeah. Weapon swap for clear? I don't know. You can't jeweler because it's already locked in. Yeah, target is corrupted. It's bad for bossing? Yeah, it's not great for bossing. I'll have to think about that one. That one is a very spicy item. Oh, wait. The reason I did that is to unlock this thing. Is that the only one I'm missing? Palm is 230 div. No, it's better than that. Mine is near perfect rolls, and you can't divine it. It's not like the cheapest one, is basically what I'm saying. This is some whack-a-mole situation here. Oh my god, I'm missing one. If you see it, let me know. Oh, I saw it. Okay, we got every tree maxed out now. I wasn't rushing this one because it was all useless crap pretty much. Why does it show that I'm there? I was not there.
Captured, now gained.
Alloys from the islands. I'm not quite there right now. But yeah, that scepter might be like a reroll angle. Or at least make a new build. I really like Spirit Walker. But I don't know. Ancient modifier, view on world map. What does that mean? Oh, that's the proc. Okay. Why Vivid Stampede over Idolatry? Because runes are OP and idols generally suck. Like I have 3 idols on my character right now. That's pretty bad.
Now for the reward.
What is the ancient modifier that I got? Oh, it's those things? I see. Okay. What am I doing? Logbook. Olroth. I've already checked like all of these. So I think we just YOLO. Temple. Cliffside. Why does it say map in progress? Kind of weird. there other bosses? I should do like 1, 2, 3 regular maps. If you teleport before heading back to the map, it acts like you didn't complete it. But I didn't complete that map. I didn't do that map. I literally did not do that map. Like, I'll do the map now. I want a really high waystone chance first. See, it put me there now. This one doesn't say map in progress anymore. Double skeleton and lineage. Who treads augury? I don't even know what I have. That's 2 supports exactly. I don't really have anything. There's like unknown ruins there. It's actually pretty good. Unknown ruins is like the free expedition one. Zoomed ruins, yeah, that one. Okay. The other ones don't really matter. You get like crests and stuff, but like the Medved is like nothing. Maybe the Uhtred crest is worthwhile. Wait, where do those go? Are those like tablets? Oh, I see. Triskelion. Okay. Alright, let's let's gear up to do some regular maps. And I need new tablets for these anyway. I'm thinking of doing some like really juicy maps with Abyss. So forget Ritual. If Abyss is best for experience, we do Abyss. Experience, spawn, increase monsters. Don't care to lead to an Abyss. This one has pack size. Pack size is good. More unique bosses, fine. And then we want to do high pack size maps. I don't want to do 16s until I'm doing 4 tablet maps. Pack size 40. Let's try this. 40 pack size. We got Doriani with Giga Juice. Delirium Double Abyss. Three companions, the bear is free.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
Okay. Try this. Have like giga pack size, so these should be a pretty good experience. Can't say this looks particularly good, but the numbers might be there. Hard to say.
Hate defines us all. Are you sure you're still there?
I think I'm done.
The hunter becomes the hunted.
I don't know if I actually have those. Okay.
What do you think? I'll take it. For now, we part. Bring any stones you find.
I can't say that was particularly good, to be honest. I might just keep doing that, but I don't know if I really care to stack pack size. I think pack size is kind of whatever. Grand Mirror. Kind of cool.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
What's that? Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Yep. I tried Devour Oil Barrage. I don't think it's very good. No. No, I'm talking to stream. The Oil Barrage skill is good, but it's like confused with Devour, and it just uses it improperly. The setup that I saw was you give your minion power charges, and then it just uses Oil Barrage. That setup is really good, but that's like a higher investment setup.
Bet you lot think you're clever for this.
Don't know about these maps. Fine. What the hell? It uncompleted some prior maps? Wild. Yeah, I completed those. So the Delirium Mirror can uncomplete maps. That sounds abusable. Yeah, Forgotten Warden's a pretty high level build. But you can just play monkey until then. It's not a big deal.
Fog's finally starting to clear.
I don't know if the double abyss tablets actually help very much.
Need a moment.
It's a pretty good one, damn.
Fog's finally starting to clear.
Is monkey the only viable minion? It's by far the best one. Thank you. That's fine, we don't have the bin. Okay. Thank you. Oh, I have a second grand mirror? What the hell? Also, I haven't used tablet charges in 4 consecutive maps. Is this bugged?
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
The main goal leveling early maps to do like Atlas Point stuff. You want to like progress some of the trees and the main one.
Need more time.
You can't beat Arbiter. Get a monkey. Monkey can beat Arbiter. Both of them. Chaos orbs are the most valuable. Temporary minions +2. Quite interesting. The issue with having too many like wolves and stuff is that they body block each other. Yeah, let's just do stuff here, screw it. Nice.
Were you expecting fanfare?
This is what we have available. For now, we part.
What the hell? Just elked it. Quite interesting, I would say. But we are sustaining the logbooks now, which is very nice. Okay, the tablets did go down. I guess I literally procced 4 consecutive times.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
What map is this? Sinkhole. Doesn't really look like much of a sinkhole.
Hold on.
Maybe we finish the strong box first. Oh crap. Can't see anything. It is a pretty crazy map here, and the delirium start point is very far from where we started, so we have like crazy multiplier right now. I just have to be fairly careful. We'll see if it even hits properly, I don't know. Doesn't look like it hits properly at all, actually. Got trample toe. 'Been playing for years and still don't understand what's on the screen. Ah, you get the hang of it.
Need a moment.
0.5 has PoE1 enjoyers by the throat. They definitely added like the volume of content. And the current power creep does have like fairly zoomy play styles compared to before. Not quite PoE 1 levels, but getting there. Mage Blood on Twister, it's a PoE 1 build now. Wouldn't know.
Slow you down.
Nineteen comp. Oh wait, there's a unique boss here.
Folks found
Your most odious fears yearn for you.
What? He doesn't drop anything? I guess I had to do it during Delirium. I'm not actually sure.
this is what we have available. Bring any stones you find.
Minion damage. It's got the attack and cast, but I need better than that. No. Meh. Yeah, that one's dead. Oh, that was the potent one. Oh, it's the rare time lost jewel. No, I don't want the time lost. I want the other one. I mean, I will need some of the twos pretty soon. Actually, I think we do the 2s now. We got the giga stone, so let's just do this on this one here. Lineage 130 waystone. An obscure island is Olroth. Diamond recipe, I think, is a little scuffed. Got a Svalin though. The 2 items I really want to put to use are the Chaos Scepter I got and the Svalin. But there's no way a character is viable with both. They're so anti-synergistic. Oh, I do have one more to do. Or was that map attempted? Oh, I didn't click on the mirror, so it didn't complete? Ah, damn it. Okay. This is a very long map, but yeah, it's not hard. What? So you don't complete it if you don't click on the Grand Mirror, and then when you have to redo it, there is no Grand Mirror? That is so scuffed. Okay, I didn't realize it was that scuffed. Okay. $15's pretty high. Okay, for this, I just need a whatever tablet for +1. Doesn't really matter otherwise. Whatever.
Now ventured, now gained.
Did this bug? The map's not consuming tablets is just RNG.
Now ventured, now gained.
Okay. Well, at least you can reset that one. It still costs you a map, but could be worse. This is effectively a free expedition. Fortunately, it looks like it's all it is, because map is really bad otherwise. They drop something.
Need more time.
I've never had like a green item in this map. I'm not sure if this map counts. that a free obscure island? Affluent armies. 100% experience. Wow. Pretty cool. Two sockets on the helm, yeah, it's possible.
Now ventured, now gained.
That item to start that quest for the 10,000 mana thing, where do you get that green item from? I know it starts with a green item. It's a boss drop. Which boss? Is there a point to the underground areas
Let's see what shakes loose.
after you've unlocked like 3 or 4 recipes? You meant Delhi? Right, thanks. It didn't give me the gem. Oh. I don't use blindside setup. Tier 5 free brew, okay. 3 monkeys at the same time. What? It's a bit too much of a lead up for such a crappy boss.
Now ventured, now gained.
Just the one then. Okay. I have to go all around. Bro, I could scale that wall.
Now there's a nice surprise.
That thing is so far. I actually have to go all around. Oh, come on. But yeah, for the things in the caves, is it just like 4 or 5 unlocks and you're done? Like, should I not care about caves anymore? Okay, let's go around again. Finally. So running around these dungeons is like pointless if I have 4 recipes. I haven't seen a recipe in a long time. Okay.
Take your time.
Expected a lot more out of that one.
Bring any domes you find.
I guess I'll do a minion resists. A minion damage. See, this one could be energy shield, faster start, focus energy shield, minion attack speed. Like, that could be really good. Damn it. It's not mage blood.
Magic treasure. Good fortune.
I need some 4 affix maps actually. Actually, I don't. Done them. So those are pretty trash. We have 2 regular maps to do. With a few more after. The juiced ritual? Yeah, pack size is quite good.
Scourge of the sea.
Not sure I actually have that shield. Nice. I don't want that to bug, so I'll have to do it after, if I remember. But yeah, basically Abyss is good for experience, and Abyss is also good to combine with Expedition in order to get logbooks. So doing pretty juiced Abyss maps in the Expedition zones can actually sustain logbooks. Are there any good skills that deal chaos damage that don't require, like, ridiculous investment? All fire spells? Oh, because you get the thing.
Need a moment. Need more time.
What? Ooh, brass dome. The new monk chaos build. No, this is not it. I think it's here. Dark entries. What? I can't get to it. It's spawned at an angle that you can't go down there. I think you have to enter from the bottom. Turbo wrecked. Brass Domer. Very nice item.
Watch it, treasures. Bring any domes you find.
Unbind your left click. Why?
Need more time.
time to finish this. Good thing you came by, you
You're mine. Need a moment.
Your delusions may real.
I think I one-shot Kosis. Actually, I may have been able to use the leap attack to get to the guy. I didn't go through that many monkeys.
None may leave this accursed island.
Oh, that's so far from both checkpoints, but okay. Oh wait, there is a check out to see what it is. It's a 3, that sucks. Does the wolf pack help clear?
Aquatic treasures.
Not that much.
For now, we part.
They mostly are good at applying things, and they body block. You found a monkey, but he has bad stats. How do you reset? If you're at the boss, you have to die, so you have to have more reses in order for the death part to make any sense. Like, if you got a monkey boss and you didn't tame it, if you die to it, it'll, like, respawn with different affixes. What's this? 1 orb, 2 orb. 2. I feel like that could receive some juice here. Yeah, just make sure you have enough, like, revives in your map. You might not. Oh, what's this? Oh, 2. Okay. That's kind of cool. Alright, alright. Runic monsters duplicated. Very nice. Fine. Let's see what else we got. Monsters grant experience. Okay. Go for that. Okay. I'll get him. The other one's kind of far. Four and all orbs is a really big deal, actually. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes first, though. Be back. Okay. Smuggler's Den's usually very short. I was kind of expecting more loot. I don't know what mods I have, but I have a lot of mods. So I'm a little afraid. I don't think I've been into this one.
Hold on.
Oh, it's another small one. Okay. Tips on farming lineage supports. Temple gives a lot of them. Make sure you use the Master 4 lineage supports when you do it Ziri. The impatience is very strong. No extra items. Kind of feels like you juice the difficulty for nothing in this one.
Now ventured. Now.
I'll do these actually. Let me actually see if there's any worth going to, because if there's not, I'll just end it there. 15% of maximum damage. Yeah, there's not. That's literally the whole map. I just double checked this one. I think I checked it, but yeah. I've already gotten that one.
This is what we have available.
Yes, for real, like almost all the
Good fortune.
almost all the lineage supports come from temple, pretty much. Bleak and awful. That's really it. I've done quite a few of these expeditions and I have not gotten very many good nodes. I was kind of hoping if I'm actually doing expedition that I get some decent ones, you know? Sure, let's do the horde.
I'll take that.
A 40-minute map? I mean, my maps are pretty juiced, so... It's definitely a bit on the slow side. See, that was like no other drops. Like when you do that in a map, you get lots of extra drops. No, it's nowhere near a temple in terms of like rewards and stuff. No. I wish. Probably should go in that direction. But I guess I can kind of do it through the top too. Oh, I forgot to change the Doriani. Yeah, this is a 79 instead of an 80.
Hold on.
And the cage grows weaker every day. You make this harder on yourself.
Cute. Not much more there. I mean, I didn't take 40 minutes for that expedition map, just to be fair. But yes, the expedition maps are not very rewarding.
Need a moment. I need a moment to prepare. Hold on.
Do the void. Come on. Didn't it say like it'd come out of the void more frequently? Really didn't seem all that frequent to me. Only next patch. Oh, that's not live?
Bring it on.
Do not suffer. Live. Thrive.
Well, I want the duration of the cloud to be long. I didn't want it to be shorter. I just wanted the stupid mobs to come out. I don't see runes on that one. Oh, is it like backwards?
Pockets are full.
Fog's finally starting to clear.
Ultimatums are dropping. Lucky me. too fast on the portals. And it crashed. Bro, this better be a good moment of zen here. Give me a second here. No, you're not supposed to juice these, but it's just what I had in my inventory. Oh wow, Visions of Paradise is actually insane. That's the best thing I ever got on that. Okay. Oh, I had blues over there. Something fishy. I think I stashed the tablet.
Now ventured, now gained.
I guess we have to go have a look. Okay, that will be it then. Breach area is so rare. Make sure you have the breach stone in your inventory when you're looking at the map. They're not that rare. You just can't see them unless you have the breachstone in your inventory. Yeah, like this runic catacombs, I've never found anything good in here. Literally 6 chests at the end, and that's it, right? Bonus.
I need more time.
Me and the Orloth guy, I need my irradiated set. And a giga map. I could actually do him an extra time. Do I care to do him an extra time? He does drop those supports, which is kind of cool. Triskelion stuff, kind of cool. Maybe we do him an extra time. Maybe we'll do him an extra time, sure. We'll need another one. So is the quest item off this guy or Uhtred? Oh, it is Uhtred. How to get 20,000 plus tribute during ritual? That was like the quest one. Wait, he didn't revive? Dude, we one-tapped him. I've never seen that before. Dude, he got bonked so hard he didn't want to get up. He's like, I'm good, bro. You can have this one. So when there's no island rumors, it's literally nothing? Kinda. Oh, that was the one I was supposed to do. Whatever.
Now ventured, now gained.
40 monsters remain. Oh, this is the one that can bug. I remember this one. Oof. Can't even go through there. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I think I'm good. Map completed. That one seems doable. It's got like stuff. So let's throw one in there and see what happens. We can do Uhtred Saga also. Okay. Map boss drops unique item. Ah, really? 110 is pretty crazy high.
Can I help?
Yeah, I'm basically doing the expedition mechanic It's
Darkness can be
it's
contained.
pretty terrible, I would say, but some of the rewards are insane. Like, for some of these bonuses, this is really the only way that I can even get them. I've kind of wanted to try the Skyfall thing. Okay. I think my computer's dying, guys.
Don't give it a chance to recover.
Blue Gemini bow from that? Bruh. I don't know about that. did I miss? Delirium's definitely ending here. Oh, did I actually save Delirium? Am I that ahead? The build is night and day with Wolf Boy. Yeah, this armor is insane. This is the Spirit Vessel version of the build. You get the next mega juice if you get Atziri's Impatience, which is very common. I got in more than half of my kills. I think I have 4 of them now. 4 of 7, I think it is. Other than Abyss, is there like a +1 level zone that you can do?
Deal. Carry on.
Yes, I know I can corrupt the map. I'm aware. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, that was the XP map, I see. Okay, I want to go over there. Want to see... You can't search for +1 level. What areas can have +1 level? Is it just corrupted ones? +1 to monster. Okay. The monster level seems to work. The plus does not. Got like like 3 +1s there. Looks like that might be it. Got like 4 +1 maps. That's it. I kind of want to run like Giga Juiced in those maps. Why can't I go to this one? Dude, it's not connected to anything. Are you serious? There's literally no map connecting to this.
Let's see if you are as strong as you pretend.
Oh, that's the ritual tablet. He's wisped. I think there's like a max loot on the ground. I think more stuff should have spawned there. Oh, my notifications are actually bugged. I'm guessing we got a Jung raid. What? Thank you. Wait, how do we get 2 of them here? Are there like 2 crawling out? Oh my god, yes, and I just got like slammed by one.
Are you sure you're still there?
Okay. I can probably simulacrum it, right? That's the +1. Where's the other +1? +1 is there. Okay. Oh, that one doesn't work. Oh, dude, like none of these work. Oh, okay. So we got like connected delirium into that. So we could get the delirium to like 200 and then go in like a level 19 zone or something. That might be fun. That's not awe-worthy. One of the things I'd really like is another level 20 gem. Having 2 boss gems is a huge advantage for farming them. Jung said I did price check. I play SSF. Your item is worthless. I'm sorry. The best price checker is the vendor. The amount of gold that he offers you for your items is literally what it's worth in SSF. Oh, we're salvaging the wisp? I really wonder if these are any good. You need like such a massive ward pool. Isn't there a rune that doubles your ward, but it no longer functions as as a thing. As like extra life, basically. Yeah, only mana. Ward-bound minions are pretty strong. Are they? Four monsters remain. Damn, that clear. You get a lot with Unleash. Well, how do you... Oh, hey, Oscrix. How do you get more? It says... additional... Don't you just need more ward? What does Unleash do? Oh, Minion Archon? Hmm. Yeah, I get it. I get it. The Unleash doesn't incur the cost. But how does it know how many to summon? Is it just based on the first cast? Like if the first cast can summon 5 with Unleash, you summon 15? Is that the idea? Got it.
What do you think?
The worst mod on that might actually be the accuracy. T2 flat, T3 hybrid. I feel like I'm keeping junk, but okay, fine. The Abyss mini dungeons have +1 level, which is quite nice. Yeah, see, this one has the thing going to it, so I'd need to do it before unlocking this, so it's basically bricked. That one is available already. And this one is available already, but I kind of want to pre-juice the Delirium. Let me see. Honestly, I quite like Ravine. Oh, but Ravine's not part of the juice. Riverside. Fine. Razor Fields it is. Yeah, I saw your oil barrage. I tried oil barrage without feeding it power charges, and I thought it was really bad. It was like only good when you're completely swarmed. I don't know if you've seen my moonbeam. I mean, I can hold on. I can take it off. The there, no head crusher, and this is with loyalty. There you go. This is a giga juiced map here. No head crusher. Now the boss damage I think is pretty crap, but that's respectable. $70 spirit not in use. I literally took off the head crusher. There's like a bug mob somewhere, I think.
Ready to hunt.
So yeah, I'm a wolf enjoyer. Okay, let's get the big guy back. God, that looks bugged too. Where are these mobs that are screwing it up?
Ready? Let's do this.
Already got those. There's maybe a few there. The Abyss Ring from the boss. Most of the modifiers are pretty dated. In terms of minions, no, not really. Oh, you're microing it with Lunar Blessing? Oh, screw that. Oh, we had a Giga Wisp here even. Ooh. You're not doing much damage at 79? Well, if you're level 79, you have not killed very many monsters to get better gear. The damage with Twisters is definitely lacking single target. But the idea with Twisters is to clear maps very quickly. And just like rake in Atlas points. It went in the strong box that has bugged monsters. Amazing. Okay, so I actually have every idol in the game ×2 right now. And I still am not getting idolatry. Not bother with that. Do I use Lunar Assault? No. Oh, she teleported. I think I can juice the delirium further. Assembly. Fine, let's do an assembly map.
Take your time. I'll find a use for it. Bring any domes you find.
How to use a mirror in SSF? Mirror your best jewel for one.
Your delusions made real.
Why can't it drop Exalt Orb stacks? Delirium or Ritual, what's better? So... if you have to ask, don't do Delirium. Delirium used to be, like, pretty difficult, and the difficulty would scale the loot. And now the difficulty scales the loot half as much, but it gets more difficult. So, Delirium is just, like, really broken. This character it has like no challenge if there's no delirium involved. It's just like really powerful build right now. Why no CI? Does it seem like I need to be CI? And I have life recoup when I take damage. I have damage taken as mana before life. Having a bit of life is extremely valuable, I think. I also have like no energy shield on the passive tree pretty much. I have like 4 nodes that give energy shield. They're the small hybrid ones with evasion. That's it. I just have like the defense nodes for companions, and all my jewels have 20 energy shield. And I don't really want higher energy shield because I have like the only way I realistically recover energy shield is from Ghost Dance. So if I had right now Ghost Dance recovers like 2,200 or something. So I could have a little more energy shield, but more than that, it'd be really annoying to regenerate it because I have no recovery or recovery speed or any of that. I have none of that.
The corpses pile up.
Not much more here. Yeah, Abyss is done.
Take your time. Carry on.
That's a pretty good jewel to just fall on the ground. Okay. Alright, so I have the +1 there, and I have the +1 there, and where's the other +1? Canyon. I have to do 3 maps to get to it. Fine, let's do 3 maps to get to it.
With fury.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day. You make this harder on yourself.
Oh yeah, I also have Life Leech. It sounds kind of stupid, but Life Leech is largely why the Pounce Dogs have some pretty good recovery. Because Life Leech is Overleech with the Gem 3. The 10k mana ward wand. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'd like to get one.
Need a moment.
I think it's pretty easy to cast. You basically use Comb's Heart with the 50% life helmet, some life efficiency, and blood magic. I don't know what to do with all the sockets. No, I don't know. This is definitely a pretty good experience.
Need more time.
Okay. I heard some people were saying there's like a totem skill that's really broken. Something with Grim something? I don't know. Grim Pillars? What is that like?
Let's see if you are as strong as you pretend.
It's like 0 visibility. Where are the rest of the mobs? Zero visibility, 0 FPS, and collision with the pillars. Okay.
Folks finally.
Aquatic treasures. Don't spend it all at once. For now, we part.
Okay, I need tablets now. So, Delirium to Abyss again. Experience. 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 Is Grim Pillar just really high damage or something? Let me see. It doesn't look that good. Why is it so good? Does it just hit like 1,000,000 times? Oh, creates 8. Oh. Got it. Got it. Oh, we have one more. Okay. 10 with quality. You think I'd like the monk minion? I'm
Darkness can be contained,
not so sure I would like the monk minion.
and the cage grows weaker every day.
I love Spirit Walker minions. Like, it is fantastic. The balance of, like, survivability, sustain, and damage is extreme. And I'm not talking about just the monkey. Like, this build would be totally fine with a non-crit monkey. Obviously, it'd be worse, but it'd be totally fine.
Proof of my prowess.
Less strength stacker with the secret tornado ability. I think Dreamcore made a video about that, so yes. Kosis Loot Pinata. Early Delirium Simulacrum stuff in PoE 1 was so bullshit. I actually have like a certain satisfaction just like trashing Kosis in this game. Like it's a real feels good moment. I think we can go through here maybe. Yeah.
You must be out of your mind.
Need more time.
I saw a few players using melee splash on the monkey, but it doesn't have any strikes. Is there some mechanic I'm not aware of? Or is it just for the area? Strike has a very loose description. Do you think it does work? But even still, they made melee... Oh, actually no. It's not a +1 strike targets, it's a real melee splash. Hmm.
You deserve that one. You've broken my toys.
30. Good one.
Folks finally starting to clear.
There's no way this build is even half as good next season if they nerf the monkey.
Take your time.
I don't think they're going to...
I'll find a use for it.
Okay, I take it back. They might nerf the Spirit Vessel. If they nerf the Spirit Vessel, yeah, sure. But right now the build is fine without even using any Tame Beast. I mean, you'd still want to use a Tame Beast, but it's fine if you don't. Can confirm melee splash works, but like, what happens? Like, okay, it works, but like, what happens when you use it?
With fury.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every
You have melee splash on your belt, and it's not noticeable to you. Hmm. Got it on your Yeti and Wolves, and it was a big boost for clearing. Good drop. Okay, well, if Splash has such a loose definition, does it work on the moonbeams? Didn't spawn anything. Did the monkey block the boss from spawning? Was the boss afraid? What the hell? There's already a boss there. Sorry, guys. Okay, I had not seen that bug before. Cosplays. Cosplays. Okay. Pretty cool. They want to kill players. Bold of you to assume that the game is balanced for hardcore. Path of Exile 1 was balanced for hardcore for like a couple years. And then it was balanced for killing players who had Headhunter. PoE 2 is pretty much in the Headhunter mode now. Could I expand on that? They like semi said that themselves. It's not like I came up with this. Basically, characters are too powerful, and I think I saw it as a response to too many on-death effects from monsters. And I think it was basically like, well, how do we make anything difficult then? Okay, I see it. Pouring a lot right now. That one's stuck.
Pockets are full.
Ooh, 1000% increased exceptional items. Monsters may drop any exceptional items. Okay. Well, let's put a delirium on that then. That's kind of cool. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Oh, let's be real, they probably still won't drop any, but that is pretty cool.
Expecting fanfare.
You get randomly one-shotted with 3k life, 9k armor, and 90% of armor applies to elemental damage. Right. But those are not good survivability stats. Nine k armor is good, but not for avoiding one-shots. For avoiding one-shots, it's like 0, basically. Like, if you get hit for 3,000, 9,000 armor is not doing anything. Oh, sorry, Matt. You missed the PoE streams? Got your back. Well, it's been an adventure on this one. I'm trying to get like some level up action happening, but fine, let's do some T16s. We want pack size T16s. Pack size 9, 22. Seems fine. So So we got Corruption, Pack Size, Delirium, Double Abyss, T16 and a +1 with Irradiated. Let's see how bad this is, and then let's do the 150 Delirium version of it. Zone level 82.
Defeated, and the cage grows weaker every day.
Oh yeah, I wanted to try Melee Splash. Well, I'm not trying it on this map. Thanks. Cute. Damn, no Abyss. Level 18? What the hell is that? Oh, it's a few too many mobs, okay. Look for a good clear here, I think. This is also going to be my best bet for finding good gems. Anything with Verisium? What do you mean? The best thing I found was grant an item level 20 on its skill, and I used that on the chest piece. These guys are starting to do extreme damage right now. This is not the exceptional item map.
Are you sure you're still the hero?
Okay, that's not even that big of a ledge. I'm stuck in the sand. What? That was alright.
What do you think? Bring any stones you find.
Okay, let's do another T16. Pack size 9, 14, 20. Poison on hit. Don't love the sound of that. But I would get... Yeah, I don't get hit that often. Sure. Spirit Walker Bill, Impure Ninja, Giga Juicing a Wild Protector and have it do millions of damage. Yeah, mine does like millions of damage. Like my Wild Protector, Feeding Frenzy, Muster, okay? But then nothing, nothing, nothing. So we could just like double its damage if we want. And we're scaling crit and it doesn't have good crit. 210,000 with the auto attack. So, yep. Definitely not better than Monkey, though. Okay, let's, I have a 20 spirit gem. What am I dropping? I actually think super critical is the worst gem right now, but let's try this. Why is it red? Minion splash is red? It's red in PoE 1. PoE 1 has no place here, okay?
Darkness can be contained, but not
Okay. That's definitely working.
weaker every day.
Need more time.
I missed the speed though.
Make this harder on yourself.
Bro, this is actually insane. I think we've been doing it wrong, guys.
Paranoia manifests, eager to cleave your thoughts.
The minion splash is actually insane. But I don't like slow monkey. Slow monkey bad. God. It goes so far. Get splash from belt? My belt's insane. And the melee splash gem gives 20 area also. And I suddenly want more area, so I don't actually think melee splash on belt is good. Like, not good enough anyway. I want speed and I want area. Yeah, I lost delirium. It's really hard to keep it on this map, so.
The corpses pile up.
Fog's finally starting to clear. I'll not make the journey home like that.
Okay. Three remain. Okay.
Magic treasures. I'll take it. Bring any tomes you find.
I like the Relentless Fallen. But I'm afraid that losing 40 presence is too much. I mean, I have the Grip of Evil. 40 crit chance is very good. I really don't have a lot in the way of crit nodes. Commanding Rage? No. And I really don't have much crit chance on the tree. I have like literally 1 point. It's not that much. This gives crit chance, which might be a bit useless actually. But I'm using this ring for a lot of other reasons too. Crit chance, crit damage. Like that ring just doesn't have enough resists. I mean, this is the ring to use. But I'd have to like roll life. It's really messy. I think it's more trouble than it's worth. Basically, I don't think super critical is worth it. Like 565. It's like such a monster amount of crit. It's only giving me 100, and I'm losing. So it'd be 665 divided by 550 by 565. 17% more damage. Eh. Like, I'd kind of rather have rapid attacks here. Could try mag area.
Go on.
Like, those are just kinda weak. 30. Do like 500 something. Like 565 versus 550. 2.7% more damage. Honestly, that's not bad. That's not bad, actually. That's a pretty efficient point. I want more speed and I want more area. And all of that is kind of difficult to get. Have like a random evasion node there. Just getting in here is so impossible. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Basically, this node is completely insane. Let me get my builder. I've had this tab open for like a week. Hopefully it works. Okay, so I have 5 points left. If I go from there. I have 12 points left. Ugh. That does not look worth it. Why does that node have to be such an asshole? Damn, dude. Do the minions actually die? Yep. Can't be done. Can't be done. It lets me do mag area.
Yes.
A new day dawns.
And I'm not using super critical, so that actually does nothing. But like, how do I do anything that does anything? Like my minion builds, relax. Hasted crit monkey. Yeah, I know. So simple. Thank you. I actually think the jewel socket is probably the play. What is the bonus in interlude?
Any beasts about?
For presence. Is it 30? 30 is a lot. Bro, what is this shit? Oh my god. It's 20. No, finding a crit haste monkey ain't gonna happen, my dude. You keep forgetting to end your delirium for splinters. Don't worry, splinters are pretty much useless. Crit chance. I do have a good number of these, but I think maybe I'll YOLO on this jewel. Oh, that's the time lost? Oh, I have 5 of them? Oh, wow. Oh my god, I hit. Jesus. We gotta get more Abyss. So on this, I'm gonna get presents as the prefix. And then we're gonna get minion crit multi as the suffix, and then we're going to do the other thing. Right? Yeah. Okay. So we'll fix the presents eventually. Alright, let's pull the trigger on this. What crap do I need? Despair, fear, isolation. Okay. What the hell are those slots for then? Despair, fear, isolation. I don't want the jewel socket. Maybe I do want the jewel socket. Be 4 speed, 15 damage. The other thing is 8 speed, 20 movement speed. And I get 3 movement speed also. Yeah. Nah, I think that's better than a jewel socket. Crit damage, presence, energy shield. That's probably it there. Oh, and that fixes my not having enough strength problem. Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'll try not to cock it up a second time.
Is that really the best thing to take out? Could get some companion speed. No, I want the speed. I want the speed. Okay, and doing that, I can put the gem back in. Efficiency or repulsion. My weapon swap gives me enough strength to use this now. Huge. Don't need that like stupid swapping crap. Okay. I don't know what runes I'll put in there. For that, I'll see later. And we do this to get the presence back. Let's see, so that's at the corner of the well. It's not that much more, actually. I think I'm still gonna do it. Yeah, I think I'm still gonna do it. Okay. So, the monkey barely lost any crit multi. It lost like 90 and then we get back 15, but it's still gonna have like 600% total damage. The other thing I could do instead of area, he gets 20 area there. Let's try with speed and mix it with area and kind of see what works. Okay, and now let's do the rippiest map ever. Pack size 18, 7, 9, 14, 18, 24. That's the best one. Okay, so that one doesn't work. That one is completed. And this one is pre-juiced with like 100 delirium. Okay. Hope I'm right about this. Dude, that monkey is absolutely insane. Holy crap. Oh my god. This is over 100 delirium. Move speed on the monkey was definitely the right call.
A rare treasure indeed.
And that's faster. I think this is the setup, and I think the play is I think we still need a Kripp monkey for this strategy.
Up for another hunt, are you?
But everything else is speed investment. And I think that means I need a new ring. I mean, the boss can wait. Let's do... Actually, we should do the boss.
Fingers crossed.
Holy cow.
That would only slow you down.
We got no abysses on any of these maps. That's insane.
Keep on him. Damn it all.
Yes, I'm using delirium tablets. I don't want to prevent Abyss.
You've broken my toys.
This is what we have available. I'll find a use for it. Good fortune.
I think I prefer the speed to mag area. Even though area is insane, we do have a lot of it. Because I have 16 area here also. He's already got like 60 something area. Yeah, there's like the area companion thing. 25 there. I don't really care for faster start too much. Yeah, I have to go Giga Abyss. I need the jewel stuff pretty badly. Okay, let me figure out what I'm using for sockets. Leech's fizz damage is mana. It's so little. That's also like nothing. Isn't it just like weapon? Guess we just go with lifers. Oh, that's a limit one. Flask gain charges. Nah. It's probably just the strength then. Yeah. Wait, where are the attribute ones? Oh, because they're here, because they don't actually glow up. I just put them in anything. Okay. Alright. Well, I really want to focus on leveling right now. So, I think the best way to do that is to do like city stuff. But man, those like sun temples and stuff are really crap. The citadels are cities also, I believe. I think I'm kind of at some of them. Yeah, like that one. Fall City. Oh, these are also Fall Temple crap. Stone Citadel. There no escape from those? Like I want to do city tiles. Cleanser Corrupted is huge. That's free juice. Irradiated is also free juice. That's free juice. Yeah, everything there is free juice. I can't get away from that. City. Stone Citadel, Sun Temple, Bazaar. Jade Isles. Vaults. Abyss, Delirium. What should be the last mechanic here? Don't really help. I think I want to do another Abyss. Oh, unique monster has one modifier. I missed that one. Map has one random modifier. Pretty good. Oh, I like that one. More depths and more monsters. That's even better, that one. Okay. Alright, let's try these. What? Oh, that's a map attempted? Okay, fine. Bazaar. So I don't have any more like +1 nodes, but this should be pretty damn good still.
Dark darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
But yeah, it seems like melee splash is insane for the monkey. It's kind of a problem.
Pick up Rothick's will.
Well, the loot's dropping.
That was no easy prey. Well fought.
Oh my god. That is a terrifying monster. RNG Zakoa with affixes and 3 essences. Bro.
Your pockets are full. Your pockets are full.
Guess we'll wisp the boss. Get in there. Okay. Oh, this is a problem. Did not prepare for this.
Broken my toys.
Okay. Be right back.
What do you think? I'll find a use for it.
I have map complete, but this is like a really high level map for experience.
Strike before it slips away.
Just I don't know where we have stuff left. No. Here we'll have a corner, I guess. Okay.
Wait.
Normally there's not many monsters past the boss, but I guess this is an exception. Five splinters, bro. I take offense to that. How do I get 5 splinters? I killed like a max delirium powerful boss. Almost.
I'll find a use for it. For now, we
With 2 spirits in it. Stone Citadel. Should be fine.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
Did it hit a rare here?
another hunt.
Need a moment.
Ready? Let's do this.
Oh, let's see the thing. There's more abyss here.
Stay on it.
How is there even more abyss? Is there gonna be abyss on the boss?
Stay on it. That's the one. Put it down. You fought well.
This might be an abyss exile. No, it's not. Big map. This is a T16 corrupted map with 7 affixes, and we're doing Copper Citadel. 4 tablets, including Juiced Delirium. It might be a good idea to not do this with like 100 delirium. Why does he have a modifier?
I can't give up. I must save my people. Robert! What? How? Get up! Get up!
Seven splinters, huh? Where are you getting shocked, chill, and intimidate? The spirit vessel uses the moonbeams. The buff gives damage as extra cold, which chills. The shock is from minions gain 10% of physical as extra lightning. And the intimidate is just on the bear. If you thought bear was
This is what we have available.
good enough, he's actually even better. I think I might be using a tablet that gives unique monsters affixes, which I definitely do not want to be doing. No, I'm not. Quite confused. Grand Mirror Port. Other than the bear intimidating? No, it's just the bear.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker every day.
What is this?
Need a moment.
I'll take another, I guess. Two exiles in two adjacent abyss. The delirium rewards are bad. The amount of bonus loot is very significant.
Your delusions made real.
Yo, you are right in there. Okay, we got a depth this time at least. You don't corrupt level 20 gems, you corrupt like whatever level you have. And then you upgrade them. You can upgrade corrupted gems. I already have level 21 Zakoa, but having two of them, two tame beasts at 21 is how you actually get better ones. I also have not found the double corrupt for gems loot from like 7 Atziri kills. Is it just like crazy rare now or something? The Vol cultivation orb? No. The double corrupt for gems. Isn't that a different currency?
Need a moment.
Okay, where is this dude? No, you need your gems to be qualityed and 6 linked. You can't spam it easily. You need a lot of perfect jewelers. Oh, I already did Kosis, right? Only 4k HP. Does it look like I have a problem surviving literally the hardest maps you can make?
Are you sure you're still here?
I think there's an area there, but I'm gonna probably end the delirium. Well, one of the T17s, no, it was a T16 map baseline plus the +1 from the corrupted rare affix and irradiated. So it was a T18. So I did a T18 and it ended with like 170 delirious because it was also a mirror that I put on top of it. So I think a T18 almost 200 delirious beats a 200 delirious T15, yeah. What we should do... No rarity on gear. Have some rarity. 20. But the maps that I'm doing, we basically hit the 150. Because these maps are just so cracked. Oh, double open. Okay, good.
Take your time.
Yeah, it's not really worth it.
Carry on.
Seems like an extremely complicated gem that just kind of sucks. I think I have like 4 Heart of the Wells. The monkey is just crit. Nothing else. This is a very weirdly positioned. Ominous Zen. My main goal is to get a better monkey.
Choose.
These suck. I don't want to do Sun Temple is the thing. Sun Temple can bug out. Ezamite City. Just, I want maps I can access. No. It's rotating back to those. Sun Temple. Okay, we got one here. Ball beacons. Works for me.
Darkness can be contained, but
We just gave the monkey a speed boost in every way possible. No 81 Jinbaria. Oh, 6 seconds. These strong boxes get super crazy. Like my bear just died. Dude, I think the monkey died. Monkey has 50,000 health, if you're wondering. 50,000. Okay, we got Wisp chasing now. Guys, it's the same monkey. I just, I respect a little bit and gave it, I lowered its damage and I upped its speed dramatically. That's what I did. Just like regular exalted tier 1 fire. Okay, dude.
This'll do nicely.
Darkness awaits.
How do I make the monkey better from here? Well, we gotta start with a better monkey to make it better from here. Tall order. know what I've missed. Oh, I see it. Okay. Sure, we can follow this one, I guess. Yo, where's the monkey going? Oh, this guy.
Where are you planning on keeping that?
Folks.
I have like a couple more, it seems.
Bring any domes you find. Watch it, treasure. Good fortune.
Okay. I don't have that many more T16s.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage.
This should be a logbook. It's a lot of delirium monsters. Nope, never lucky. Or a lot of abyss monsters, I meant, yeah. The monkey looks quite effective. This is maximum monkey, my dude. Okay, wait. If I go to the Vol Ruins here, what zone is monster level 82? Is this how we do it? We go through the map? Okay. Treasure vault. So what level is this? 74?
This place.
What? How's that even possible? I haven't done a 74 map in a week. Takes the level of the zones that I did, but I didn't do one. Well, I gotta do this shit fast, because I don't want my map to expire.
Need a moment.
Sarge did this and got a 75, it's just bugged. Man, there's no way I'm leveling tonight. can't use that checkpoint. Nice. I'm level 97, almost 98.
Hold on.
I think I need to complete one more room. Does this count?
Hello? Can you hear me?
I hear ya.
My voice is being relayed. Good. What became of Chicago?
Apologies. He's dead.
A waste of a great mind. But
Wait, where is the
he made his
Aetheri
choice. That bastard.
control room?
Do as do with me.
I didn't get an Aetheri room? What? What the hell happened to this? It's like super bugged. You cannot get an Aetheri room? Oh, it's too low item level. Did we really get that wrecked? Soul cores did I get? Chaos resist. The helm, charm, charge.
Need more time.
What the hell? Okay. It reset my map for this place? Or is this a new one? Okay, I think this is a new one actually. Okay, yeah. Why is that an awe? The chest is from the ritual, like, last boss. Bodak.
Need a moment.
I don't think I have that hammer, but I don't know if I really care. Why is this hammer good? Is it because it's like level 1? I guess that's kind of cool. I know it can be upgraded. It was in the trailer. The upgrade sucked.
Hold on.
Collarbone. Master for farming fragments. What fragments?
This is what we have available. Good fortune.
Let's go for the Grim Pillars. I have no idea where we still have more monsters. Maybe the ones out at Ziri. The Viper. Count for multiples.
Your rampage ends here.
You've broken my trust.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like 20 something there. When longer Bazaar stream? I think tomorrow I'll do mostly or only Bazaar. I just don't know when I will be streaming, because I'll be juggling a lot of things tomorrow. Today I did just PoE because I did like the podcast earlier. And I could only get on like 40 minutes before the start. Okay, do not want Sun Temple. Star's fine.
Darkness can be contained, but not.
This is Blaze's podcast.
The cage grows weaker.
This is pretty good. He came quite prepared. Yeah, I did find the Bazaar meta to be pretty mid. Pretty samey since Karnok. And those things just die way too fast. Like here, instead of a 19, we're gonna go for a 2. Because we're in a very high level map, and that can be a 20. That's how we got the last one, actually. Yeah, let's try it. Holy cow. Okay. Damn. No luck that time. Oh my god, what? Dude, it just hit like 30 maps. Sometimes it hits like 5. Okay. Well, those maps are gonna be hard. Logbooks. You want to do maps on the water because they're guaranteed to have the thing, and you want to do abyss monsters because abyss monsters can get rezzed and do most of the dropping of the logbooks.
I'll find a use for it.
Is Cruel Talisman a good base even?
For now, we part.
Golden Expedition chests. What? Where are Golden Expedition chests? Do they drop logbooks? I don't think you can get logbooks from expeditions. Thought I had another one. But... oh. Did. That good? 46. No, that's not good. The two-hander. Goes to 49. That's not good. Alright, let's try a few of these. Calling strike threshold. Life on kill. Rage. Max res or extra damage is chaos. I kind of like the extra damage is chaos more. Like, I think this is actually a decent jewel now. Maintain rage with everything. Call, heal, chaos. Pretty decent, okay. There's the one max again. Don't hate it, but it's not great. Double. Double gain is extra skill effect duration. Charm effect. Nah. Mana regen. This one looks like a brick. Exposure effect is actually very strong, but... I would say... quite good overall. The well provides. Can you 3-to-1 those? You might be able to, but I'm not going to. There's at least 2 of those that are quite decent.
Magic treasure. For now, we found.
I don't think I have any more city maps. I have no more tablets for the XP stuff. And I only have 1 T16 left, so yeah. That's kind of done. I want to see if I can actually do the temple like proper now. This chest armor is completely insane. Vol Ruins, monster level 65. What the hell? How did it go lower? I guess my temple is like cooked. Fine. Let's go back and do some expeditions here. I can do like some regular maps. Mine shaft. Unique item. Okay. Let's power through a few maps here. Tablets. No, not those. Delirium. Oh, we got several XP now. Oh, hey, Brandon. Printing divines. Well, I'm doing delirium. Delirium is just completely nuts for getting drops and being dead. But the build's kind of OP, so we're kind of being spared from the being dead part.
And the cage grows weaker every day.
Need a moment.
Oh, it's these dudes. Can't get that one anymore. Don't really want to do the zone in. Stoked. It looks like we got a wisp train happening. That's pretty good. Holy, that mob's got some stuff. That's still all it drops. Dude, Kosa's got Thanos snapped. I think we lost the whelps. Whelps, wisps. Rituals for uniques? Yeah. Got a Star Conjure, very nice. Five remain. How many deaths? A lot. Took a lot of effort to get the character to this level, okay? The scepter offhand is a passive thingy. Like the leftmost keystone. That is horrible roll.
Are you sure you're still there?
28.
What do you think? Carry on.
Yeah, I think the talisman approach is quite good in like the mid levels. Like I think between like 70 and maybe 90. Or at least until you have really good minion gear. The damage on the weapon accounts for a huge amount of damage if you don't have many minion skills. I think there is a play for Giant's Blood, but it's pretty hard to pull off. The highest damage setup possible for companions is Chobber Chamber upgraded with a corrupted +4. And it's impossible to get the stat requirements, so you have to use a vertex that has +1. And if you don't have both of those things, it's not worth it. But if you have both of those things, that is the most damage you can do. See where these wisps want to go. So the vertex has a line where you ignore stat requirements. You can do the attribute conversion like I had suggested in a video or two. But the problem with that is you lose the sockets, which would otherwise be minion damage as extra lightning, which is very powerful. So that's why I think the vertex play is the only legit play. Come on. There he goes. My monkey has crits and the molten crag thing that does like no damage. I thought it did damage, but no. It's basically just crit monkey.
Your pockets are full.
Tier 1 life dastard with T3 hybrid. Okay. Why is there so much burning ground on this map? Five monsters. That's the same.
Fog's finally starting to clear.
This is what we have available. Bring any domes you find.
I think it's my first coast march. Okay, let's see if this ends up being useful or not. Whoop.
This is what we have.
Lost T1 life. Rip in peace. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it here. We're making some pretty good progress on the level. Imagine ladder is above it though. Not that much. We're 100 mil away from top 10. Which is kind of crazy. It's like 4 or 5 hours. But yeah, the big thing that we learned today is melee splash is actually insane. Like, it's so insane. I saw it on like one player's thing on Ninja when I was looking earlier. And I'm like, I looked at the skills, none of them are strikes. But everything splashes. It's just super, super insane. And I dropped super critical, but like I still have 478 crit multi, right? And dropping super critical lets me focus entirely on crit damage. And then 3-point jewels kinda do seem worth it if you have decent jewels. And that fixes the attribute problem also. I do wonder if there's a more efficient path through here, but I don't think there is. And I also anointed Relentless Fallen, and I'm using a presence jewel and presence on the pick your own thing to make up for the presence that I lost. Basically, minion move speed is very big, and minion attack speed is very big. Basically, speed is big. Look at the guy go. Holy moly. Actually, I'm curious if you can see his stats. 106%. He literally moves twice as fast as normal. 106 minion move speed. Oh, dude, I didn't even know it was that high. That's actually pretty wild. And my damage didn't drop that much. We're still over 1 million. Oh, just under, I guess. Yeah, basically if I just slot in a crit instead of minion splash, we're about where we were before. Now get a hasted one, yeah. Alright guys, I'm out of here. Thanks so much for watching. I'll be on tomorrow. Might play a little bit PoE, but tomorrow's gonna be mostly Bazaar day to make up for today. Take care guys. Have a good night.